progress.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, December 10th, 2024 regular business meeting of the Olympia City Council. For the record, we have a quorum with almost all council members present. Councilmember Parsley will be joining us momentarily. So with that, I'd like to just mention that we are still in the process of accepting applications for the upcoming council vacancy that we will have on the city council. Councilmember Parsley was elected to the State House of Representatives, so we will have a vacancy to fill her seat in the coming year. And the applications are open until this Friday at 4 p.m., and that is a hard deadline. So if you are interested in applying for the vacant council position, please make sure your application is in by this Friday at 4 p.m. So with that, I need a motion to approve this evening's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have an agenda. We don't have any special recognition this evening, so we will move on to public comment. And I do believe we have a few people signed up in chambers as well as online this evening. I do want to mention that we also have 2 public hearings on the agenda. So sometimes people get the sign-up sheets confused, but we will roll with it and we will let you know if you are in the right place on the agenda when we get to you. So before we begin, just a few housekeeping rules. There's a clock to my right, your left on the wall indicating that you have 2 minutes of time for your comments. There is a box here at the podium where you will speak that have green, yellow, and red lights indicating, the green light indicating that your time has begun, the yellow light indicating that you have about 30 seconds remaining in your comments, and the red light indicates that your time has expired. If you do not finish your comments within the 2 minutes allotted, you can email the remainder of your comments to the City Council. And so with that, I will turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, we actually have quite a few for public comment tonight, so I'll go ahead and call those that joined us in person first, and then we'll move to online. I'm going to call a few so that you know where you are in the queue and you can get prepared to speak. So first we have Nikki Billadu and Alice Rosewater, and then Miro Stoke.
My first time speaking here, so I'll keep it pretty short. I'm part of the Olympia Dragon Boat Club. We're a local nonprofit here in Olympia that seeks to get a lot of community out on the water together from all walks of life. We're really proud of the work we've done to become an independent nonprofit here since 2020. And this year, we were very fortunate to apply for the tax lodging grant, and we just wanted to come and thank you guys for including us in the 2025 budget. In 2024, we were able to bring 24 clubs from around the Northwest to come and participate in the beautiful waters off of Port Plaza. And next year, we're hoping to have double that, potentially. So we just wanted to say thank you for your support. And if anyone's interested in coming out and joining us, we'd love to have you on the water. As much as anything, we love Olympia, and we're really happy to be participating and bringing something that enhances the culture and the community of our group. So we just wanted to say thank you very much, and we hope to see you there. Thanks.
Thank you. And we will, I'm thinking about contact for the Dragon Boat Festival, but this is not a back and forth typically. And so I believe that we partner and we'll have that information on the website. Thank you. All right, Alice Rosewater.
Good afternoon. My name is Alice Rosewater. I'm a longtime Olympia resident of over a decade and am closely involved in a number of local organizations, including Olympia DSA and the Thurston Lewis Mason Central Labor Council. But I'm speaking today as an individual and as a queer and trans woman to urge the council to take action and declare Olympia a sanctuary city for trans people who are fleeing discrimination and state-sanctioned violence across our country. This is an urgent issue. State-sanctioned violence and discrimination against my community is increasing at an unprecedented rate all across the country, and the past 2 years have seen a record number of anti-LGBTQ and specifically anti-trans bills introduced and passed in state legislatures across this country. We are under attack, and we are afraid. I have personally met trans people, internal refugees, who were forced to flee their home states for Washington State. Olympia City Council has acted in the past to declare our city a sanctuary for migrants and later for those fleeing attacks on their reproductive rights, as Roe versus Wade was being overturned. The time is now to further this designation to include trans and LGBTQ plus people as well. Thank you for your time. If you have any further questions, I would love to arrange a meeting with any of you to discuss in further detail what tangible proposals could be included in a sanctuary city designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Miro Stoke, followed by Jasper Marino.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Miro. I am here to compel Olympia City Council to pass a resolution establishing Olympia as a trans sanctuary city. I've lived in Olympia for over 8 years and personally moved here to escape the oppressive culture and state policies in Arkansas. That was before the first Trump presidency and before the coordinated conservative movement to pass anti-trans legislation across the country. Project 2025 outlines a plan for the first year of Trump's second term to further eviscerate trans rights in the U.S. Now is the time to shore up existing protections and make intentional and actionable policy choices to keep Olympia safe and inclusive into the future. The Olympia 2023 discrimination survey shows that over a quarter of Olympians identify as LGBTQ+, and approximately 10% are trans or non-binary. It also shows that every form of discrimination disparately impacts trans and non-binary Olympians, including employment, housing, law enforcement, education, healthcare, and access to services. So what could a sanctuary city mean for Olympia? It could look like instruction to police not to cooperate with extradition of people seeking gender-affirming care in states where that becomes illegal, or in cases where there's laws targeting the parents of trans kids or gender-affirming care providers. It could look like lobbying for trans rights at the federal level, ensuring city staff have trans and LGBTQ+ specific training, and providing programming specifically for LGBTQ+ Olympians all times of the year, not just when there's a skating rink. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing more about this.
Thank you. Next, we'll call Jasper Marino, followed by Isaac Wagnitz, followed by April Miller.
Hey everyone, my name's Jasper and I stand before you today not only as a proud resident of Olympia, but as a transgender person. I'm here to urge you to take a bold and necessary step to declare Olympia a sanctuary city for LGBTQ individuals and specifically for trans people like me. We live in an era where being trans feels like a fight for survival. Across this country, the federal administration and many state governments have declared open hostility towards our existence. Whether it's through legislative attacks on our healthcare, bathroom bans, or attempts to erase us from schools and workplace, trans people are under siege. That's not an exaggeration. It's a reality that I and many face every single day. And this reality is deadly. Every year, we memorialize the trans lives lost to violence. In 2023 alone, more than 350 trans and gender diverse people were murdered worldwide. And that's just the reported cases. Here in the United States, trans women of color bear the brunt of this violence, compounded by systemic racism and misogyny. For many, sanctuary is not about having a safe place to live, it's about having a chance to live at all. Olympia has long been a community that values equity and justice. This city has a history of standing up for what is right and when it's difficult, even when it's difficult or unpopular. By becoming a sanctuary city, we will reaffirm our commitment to protecting the most vulnerable among us. This means not cooperating with federal or state policies that aim to harm us. This means ensuring trans people have access to healthcare, housing, education, employment without fear of discrimination or harassment. This means actively fighting for our rights to exist in public spaces as our authentic selves. I don't just want to live in Olympia, I want to thrive here. I want to see a future where trans youth grow up knowing they are valued and loved and where they don't have to fight so hard for a simple life. By declaring Olympia a sanctuary city, we can send a message to them and to the world that here we stand with trans people no matter what. Let's choose love, let's choose community, let's make Olympia a beacon of hope, resistance, and care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Isaac Wagnitz.
Thanks very much. My name's Isaac Wagnitz. I'm a longtime Olympia resident of over 20 years. Echoing some of the earlier speakers, I'd also like to speak in favor of making Olympia a sanctuary city for trans folks. I think this is a good common sense way for Olympia to continue living its values in the form of policy, but I also think there's other reasons for doing it as well. I mean, I see a certain self-interest in it, honestly. I'm a cis hetero white guy, but I'm also working class. I'm a union guy. And honestly, I think homophobia and transphobia, like racism and misogyny, have always been about weakening and dividing working people. And so it's not just out of a sense of justice and solidarity, which are obviously good reasons why we should do this, but also, again, self-interest. When some set of us is being persecuted, just trying to survive, makes it harder for them to organize and fight back. That makes it easier for the wealthy and the powerful to run roughshod over all of us. So I hope wherever we can enact policies that just make it a little bit harder for them to do that to us. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have April Miller, followed by Michael Connor, followed by Brittany Sanchez-Reed.
Good evening. My name is April Miller. I am a minimum wage food service worker, a trans woman, and an organizer with Olympia DSA. I've spoken to you before on a few different issues, namely in support of expanded tenant protections and, of course, a workers' bill of rights. And today I just wanted to echo other voices here in supporting the call for Olympia to declare itself a sanctuary city for trans people. Trans people have become the object of a vitriolic culture war campaign by ruling class politicians aiming to redirect social discontent into shoring up a failing social order. Attacks on the democratic, social, and economic rights of trans and queer people have lined up with attacks on reproductive rights, our immigrant neighbors, and everything that does not fit a reactionary and destructive picture of American so-called greatness. Trans people still face considerable formal and informal discrimination in housing, employment, and other fields, even in safe states like Washington, and our struggle is, of course, far from over. But making Olympia a sanctuary city for trans people would provide necessary refuge for those fleeing repressive legislation and increasing threats of violence, and embolden a wider social struggle to defend the rights of queer and trans people and all the oppressed. Let's set a political agenda in the interest of all working and oppressed people, and I hope to see more work on this question. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Connor.
Hello, my name is Michael Connor, though I find myself more often known as that weird genderqueer person, which I find to be an apt description. For context as to why I stand before you today, I'm a political refugee here in your state. I moved to Washington from Texas in 2020 after years of fearing for my health and safety. I was forced to leave my life, my family, and my friends behind 4 years ago for the sliver of a chance that I could be seen by others as equal under the eyes of society and the law. Now, have I found Washington to always be accepting and understanding? No. I still face a significant amount of transphobia, but at least here I have the same basic legal rights afforded to everyone else that I lacked in Texas. The right to health care, housing, a job, and the right to not have my murderer use the trans panic defense. I can and I will always be thankful that at least for the last 4 years, I felt like the cloud had lifted. I had significantly less fear for my safety when doing simple daily tasks like hanging out with friends, grocery shopping, or even just walking down the street. But this election changed that. We have seen a push at the state level for many years now to strip the rights of transgender individuals across the country and turn us back into second-class citizens. And now with Republicans holding all 3 branches of the federal government, it is just a waiting game before that same legislation begins passing federally. And through the prospective appointment of people like Harmeet Dillon as Assistant AG for Civil Rights, who has spoken proudly and publicly of their wishes to remove transgender individuals from public life, I doubt the wait will be long. So today, I come before you to ask that you make Olympia a sanctuary city before it is too late, because I do not want to be forced to flee my home again, nor do I think I have it in me to do so. Thank you so much for your consideration, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Brittany Sanchez Reed, followed by Anthony Keene, followed by Elizabeth Walker.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brittany. I am a resident of Olympia of 12 years, queer, non-binary mental health therapist. I come before you today to urgently advocate for this city to declare itself a sanctuary for trans and queer folks in response to the alarming uptick of anti-trans legislation. These laws target our healthcare, our ability to live authentically, and our very existence. From bans on gender-affirming care to the erasure of our identities in schools and the criminalization of trans individuals, these actions undermine our dignity and our safety. As these threats mount, many of us feel unsafe and uncertain about our future. We are already seeing trans people forced to flee states where their rights are being stripped away, searching for a place where they can thrive and live without fear. By declaring this city a sanctuary for trans and queer folks, we send a clear message that we will not stand by in silence. We will protect the rights, healthcare access, and safety of our trans and queer residents. This is not just a political statement, it's a moral imperative. We have the opportunity to lead by example and show our commitment to human rights and equality. I urge you to take swift action in ensuring that our city continues to be a safe and welcoming place for all, especially those fleeing an increasing hostility towards our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Anthony Keene.
Hello. I'm here today because I did not want every person that came before you to advocate for a sanctuary city for trans people to be trans and to be queer. I am a cis, het, white guy. I am the average person in Olympia. And I'm going to tell you that it's really important that we do this. It's really important that we step forward and advocate for their safety, and we do it now. We be proactive now before someone is in the White House, before that person who said that they are going to invalidate trans people, that trans people do not have the right to exist. We need to act now in front of that to protect them. 2 years ago, we acted as a city to stand up for reproductive rights, for bodily autonomy. Well, this is more bodily autonomy. They get to do what they want with their body. That's their call. And we need to make sure it's really, really clear that that's where we stand as a city. So I hope you get the urgency and the timing, and I hope you listen to every single person up here really carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elizabeth Walker, followed by Alec Armendariz.
Good evening, season's greetings. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I also want to recognize our sanctuary testimony today. It's really powerful, and I appreciate you all. My name is Elizabeth Walker. I'm the CEO of South Puget Sound Habitat for Humanity. I'm here to comment today on the ordinance for declaring a health emergency for affordable housing, which is way down on your agenda today. You'll remember I came a few months ago alongside Homes First about the difficulties that some of the code and processes present for the costs and schedules of our housing developments. And we asked you to consider those barriers and their impact on the supply of housing in the area. I want to thank you for being so receptive to our concerns and for immediately asking for your housing team to explore solutions. Since that meeting, your housing team has done a stellar job, really stellar, seeking practitioner input and crafting what I think are a set of very solid, thoughtful strategies in response. The resulting ordinance addresses many of our concerns, and I believe they will be of concrete and real assistance in helping us build and partner more effectively in Olympia, on our Boulevard project, and on our potential land donation that was kind of having non-starter off-site remediation costs. As an organization, Habitat supports this ordinance and encourages you to approve it. And I recognize that this council has done a lot to date in support of housing, and I want to thank you for that commitment as well as your serious consideration of the ordinance today. We very much want to be a partner, a resource to Olympia residents, to the city of Olympia, as we all navigate this housing crisis. And this ordinance is an ideal next step for further bringing down those barriers and helping more of our neighbors become homeowners.
Thank you. We have Alec Armendariz, followed by Michael Cade, followed by John Hawthorne. Alec, I hope you'll say your name, your first and last for the record, and maybe when you say your last name, you'll help me learn how to say it.
Hi, I'm Alec Armendariz. I'm a member of Olympia Democratic Socialists of America. I did not come with prepared remarks, but I wanted to add my voice to the chorus to designate Olympia as a trans sanctuary. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Cade.
Thank you very much. Michael Cade. I'm the Executive Director of the Thurston Economic Development Council. I live at 3526 Holiday Drive, Southeast in Olympia. It's hard for me to follow these very compelling discussions before you about Sanctuary City, and I certainly support their courage and their ability to stand up in front of a group of people and say, let's do this. So with that in mind, I want to deliver a couple of words of thank you to the council this evening. Really, as you invest in small business and entrepreneurs in this community, and periodically we receive thank you letters to us, thanking us for our work and our programs. And I want to turn those right around and provide those to you, because they really should be addressed to you. Because you can call them and say, thank you for the kind words. But I want to make sure that we deliver these to the council. And so I'd like to just take a couple seconds and read several of these. I'm going to provide the full thank you card to Mr. Burney, and I'll provide those, and hopefully he'll get those to you this later on this evening. But with that in mind, I quote, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the Olympia City Council and their continued support for programs like Quick Startup and Business Coaching. These initiatives have been instrumental in helping me grow and develop my business, Noble Delight. Your dedication to fostering entrepreneurship in our community is truly appreciated. Marquesa Allen from Noble Delight. On behalf of small businesses like ours, I want to extend a heartfelt mahalo nui lau to the Olympia City Council for their continued support for small business development programs such as those offered by the Women's Center for Women in Business. Thank you very much, Drew Mananali Designs. And there's a number of them, but I'll yield the rest of my time. And again, I'll provide these thank you cards to the council. But truly, they come to me, but they really come to you for your investment into those things. Also, I wanted to thank Mr. Councilmember Cooper for his continued support and input into the organization as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have our final in-person public commenter of the evening, John Hawthorne.
Hello. I am here to try to protect my tenants from the expensive city bureaucracy and county greed. I provide housing for over 98 families living in Thurston and Grays Harbor County. Most of these families would be homeless if it wasn't for me. This is the truth, and I'm not breaking the damn truth. 5% are able to pay, 14% are Section 8. The balance are having trouble paying at this time. I have been a landlord since 1970. My rents are 20 to 50% below market value. I am able to do this because I try to be my own property manager. I don't pay 10% per unit in management fees. I have owned most of my properties 20 or more years. I still have 10 years more to make payments on. Here are a few of the tenants that have problems. I had to evict 4 families due to non-payment this year, totaling $45,000 in back rent. I agreed and accepted an arbitrary payment. From all 4, only 1 is in compliance. I have family of 5 owing $6,050, family of mother of 1 owing $5,008, family, lady and her aunt, 2,625, six women, a single woman, 4,000, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The City of Olympia's rental registration enacted by you is the bureaucracy I'm complaining about. I am 82 years old. I don't have the computer skills or the time and legal action. The city has to solve this supposed purpose. Anyway, the city continues to shoot itself in the foot. The amendments only speed the decrease in available low-cost housing as rental owners my age are forced to sell. Fear of rent control will be the reasons they are rent. I have put a papers on your desk. They're explaining that.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Hawthorne.
Okay, take a look at the other paper.
Yes, we have your paper. Sir, your time has expired. Thank you. We have your paper here. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we'll move to, Kelly's on it, we'll move to virtual public comments. And I see we have three folks that have signed up, starting with Alexis Jansen.
Alexis is traveling.
Hello, is this on?
Hello, Alexis. You sound great. You can go ahead and begin, and so will your time.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and fellow citizens. Thank you for your attention. My name is Alexis Jansen. I love living in Olympia. I own a small business and I pay my city taxes. But as a transgender woman living in America, I'm terrified of what's coming next year. Trans youth, queer youth, LGBTQ people of all stripes are at risk. We need a safe place to live in a city that has vowed to protect us. This is why I am asking the council to please declare Olympia a sanctuary city for trans and LGBTQ communities. We are one of the most politically persecuted groups in this country. Over $200 million spent on ads targeting trans people this election cycle. $200 million targeting 1% of the population, my brothers and sisters who are doing nothing but living their lives, being themselves, and simply begging to just leave us alone, please. Anti-trans legislation and attacks are an intentional wedge. Where they succeed, attacks on cis women always follow. Reproductive justice and trans healthcare are also inextricably linked. Many do not know this, but the Nazis came for trans people first. We have always been the canary in the coal mine. In the city's own words, the Olympia City Council has demonstrated history of declaring Olympia to be a safe haven and sanctuary to those who are politically persecuted by declaring Olympia a sanctuary city. Olympia is already a sanctuary city for immigrants, women, and refugees. Please do the right thing and make it a sanctuary city for trans and LGBTQ people and communities as well. Thank you for your time. I yield.
Thank you, Alexis. Next, we have Dr. Avshalom Brock-Levy.
Dr. Brock-Levy is not in the queue, but Lucas Miller is.
Okay, we'll try the doctor afterwards. So we'll go ahead and wait for Lucas Miller to join us.
Lucas is traveling.
Can everyone hear me?
Everyone can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. My name is Lucas Miller. I am a board member of PFLAG Olympia. PFLAG, for those who don't know, is a national organization providing support, education, and advocacy for LGBTQ folks, their friends, families, and allies. What I can tell you is that our chapter here in Olympia has been contacted with increasing frequency by LGBTQ, especially trans people from red states looking for a place to move to where they will be able to access life-saving healthcare or able to use a public restroom without fear of arrest. Um, and mostly we're getting calls from parents in states like Texas, Florida, Tennessee, saying, I can't get life-saving health care for my child. We're thinking of moving to Washington. You know, what kind of resources can we find there? So I'm here on behalf of our organization to support Olympia in declaring itself a sanctuary city, especially for trans youth and their families, uh, looking to leave states that are trying to deprive them of health care and other transition options that make it very untenable for them to continue to live in those states. Um, we are creating new support groups to address some of these issues, and we hope that Olympia will continue this. So thank you.
Thank you. Um, and then last for virtual public comment, we'll just see if the doctor is ready.
The doctor is not in the queue. He's not there.
Okay, well, there's another opportunity next week. Thank you. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. So that does conclude in-person and online public comment for this evening. As the Mayor Pro Tem said, you are more than welcome to return next week if you've missed the opportunity for public comment at our final business meeting of the year is next Tuesday. So any comments from council? Councilmember Madron.
Yeah, I'll just thank everybody for coming in and speaking, particularly around the sanctuary status and protecting trans folks in our community. I know it's something that we've been talking about as a council, so I don't know if anybody else, I know that Councilmember Cooper's planning on saying something later on in the meeting about it, but we did just talk about it during our informal dinner earlier, and so stay tuned. And then to Nikki, Michael, and Elizabeth, it's always nice to have people come in and thank us and give us kudos, so appreciate y'all.
All right. Councilmember Gilman, followed by Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. I really, really value and appreciate the comment tonight. I know it takes courage to come here, and I am confident the support was clear across council as we spoke informally that we want every person in Olympia to feel loved, welcomed, and defended from laws that are, federal laws coming to oppress people. So we're beginning the work. I was pleased to hear a couple of you offered that you had some specific ideas about protections that we might do at the city level. I've reached out to a couple of national organizations that have legal briefs for cities to consider what protections we might enact. But we'll have to work together over the next few weeks to figure out specifically, because we'll certainly make broad statements about wanting to include, protect, not discriminate, protect human rights. But if there are specific protections, we need to, sort those out. So anyhow, I look forward to continuing the work and then to celebrating with you in the near future.
Thank you. Councilmember Parsley, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
This is an easy response. It's a no-brainer. Yes, that's all I can say. And in my new position, it's a yes. And we have to take this threat seriously. There's going to be a lot of things on the chopping block come January 20th. And there is an urgency. So if I had one of those buttons that said that was easy, I would put just yes.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
You want a button now? You got a new title? You want a button? I don't have a lot of new profound things to say. I just see that we have gratitude coming in numbers. We have folks wanting a trans or LGBTQ plus sanctuary city coming in numbers. And I thought it was appropriate to add my voice in numbers as a council member. First, for the folks that came to share gratitude, I'm tracking LTAC, the housing ordinance, and then also for our partnership with the Thurston Economic Development Council. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing that. We have a city organization, you work closely with those folks, and we have a city organization that does so much. We have a council that does a lot, and we all have jobs, right? And we know how it feels to kind of put a lot of your energy into something and wonder how it's resonating. And so when you take time out of your evening to come, when you're not asking us for anything really, but really just kind of doing that follow-up, it helps us know, hey, our efforts are being felt, our staff are doing great work, and so just really appreciate that. And then for all of the folks for Sanctuary City, I heard about this, I don't know, maybe a week or two ago. The email started coming in, and then as well, we had started kind of just a little bit talking about it amongst ourselves. And I'll say that I felt like with this one, I wasn't sure, for the reason being, I said, well, of course we welcome community members from the LGBTQ plus community. But how is this going to be real? What is it going to do for them if we were to pass not to dilute what a sanctuary city is, but I do get sometimes a little bit grumpy about being like, okay, we do the proclamations, which I really love. We fly the flag, which I think is very important. And also it's like, how are we going to make this real for community members, right? Is this just another shiny thing? And I think those shiny things are important too. And so you all coming tonight has been very, very helpful for me. Like it is, it's a feeling. And you brought that feeling tonight. And also I love that, some of my council mates had said this, but I love that you all have some thoughts on how it can be real to you. Like what actions can we take? So I'm all in on this one, and I thank you so much for coming here tonight. And it's let me know that, hey, people in our community do really care about this. It's not just that other piece of paper, you know what I mean? So anyway, and then I know that we had another topic, and that community member is no longer with us at the moment, but we do have his contact, so I'm hoping that we can have staff reach out to John Hawthorne and just maybe offer some guidance in how to make the process of rental registry just a little easier. This is a new one for folks that are navigating it for the first time, and so I think I think it's worth to just help people through the process. So, and I know we're good at that. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Councilmember Vanderpool.
I first want to start by saying I thank you for coming out and speaking for the Sanctuary City. I mean, it takes a lot of bravery to come and speak on this because a lot of members of the trans community often don't feel safe enough to come out and speak on this because of the levels of systemic discrimination that exists out there, that exists on beyond what we can do on policies in a cultural sense. And so I really do appreciate you coming. I appreciate the emails that we've been receiving, and I appreciate the need to create tangible proposals. The public expects us to do proposals that are tangible rather than just saying that we support the trans community, but how do we integrate that into our policies? How do we know how do we take the knowledge that we have gained and the research and the life and the knowledge that we gain from hearing people's lived experiences and shape it into a way that we can make the city more livable for folks, make it easier for folks, because it goes, this issue goes into so many different avenues. It's housing, it's being able to walk down the street without being discriminated against. It's being able to go into stores and feel safe. It's being able to meet with your friends in public. There are so many different avenues. I mean, it even goes as far as trans youth in our schools and how they're being affected by this. And it's already hard enough to be a child. So I hope that we can move forward and we can create some good proposals from here. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to, first of all, just say thank you to Elizabeth and to Michael for coming and expressing your gratitude. We don't always get that during public comment, and it's much appreciated to know that the work we're doing is actually affecting people on the ground and that they're expressing their gratitude and thanks to us. So we just appreciate you being here tonight. And I do oh, yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and Nikki, too. She just wrote me a note. Thank you. And I really am just sort of thinking about the fact that we had a discussion around expanding our sanctuary city status to include the LGBTQ community, and my thinking about, we want to make it real. Let's make sure we have some concrete actions that we can actually, it's not just flowery words and language that sounds nice. But I'm sitting here thinking about it, and flowery language and words actually matters. And the fact that governments haven't always done so much as even that, right? And so what you're all here asking for tonight is actually powerful for a lot of reasons. Words do matter. So putting those words on paper is in and of itself an action that historically has not been done, specifically as it relates to the LGBTQ community and more specifically the trans community. So I don't want to pat ourselves on the back for that, but it is something that we should all be thinking about, that we can't take for granted, that even doing so much of something like that is powerful. I will say, though, that I'm thinking about, the next federal administration is going to likely target sanctuary cities. So what you're all here asking us to do is to expand our sanctuary city status. And I think it says so much about who we are as Olympians, as a community, that we're not going to be bullied into compromising our values, and we're going to fight back. So I thank you for being part of that chorus, part of all of us who are here to really advocate for those who are most marginalized, and just know that I hope you can feel the solidarity from each of us on the council tonight, and just know that I personally am sitting with you in your angst and your anxiety, your fear, your sadness, all of it. I feel it, and I just want you to know that I would do everything that I can from this seat to protect all of our community members. So, and with that, I will turn it over to Councilmember Cooper.
Let me thank the thankers really quick. I appreciate you. And I also want to thank the mayor for throwing the gauntlet down in these chambers, because I think a lot of my conversations over the last couple of weeks have been about sanctuary. And the question is, are we ready, and are we eyes wide open to what it means to have this conversation in public? And the answer is yes. The city of Olympia is committed to staying on the correct path, to be on the correct side of history. And I'm really just so happy that I have these colleagues here to request this of today. But first, I want to do another thank you to you for your courage and for being here to represent the people that don't and can't and won't and aren't able to be able to speak out, especially PFLAG for speaking for our youth. Had a lot of chances to work with PFLAG over the years, and I'm glad we have some actually organizational infrastructure in this community already to do the work that Councilmember Gilman was talking about. That's so important, is like, how do we get it right and how do we get it actionable, right? So that we can come back and be able to say, what have we done? And have we moved in the proper direction? And so I'm going to ask for three things. And I'm going to ask that sort of this umbrella be over all three of them, that we have similar urgency to what we heard in the conversation tonight, and that we see the importance, while we know that it's important for every person to feel safe going about their daily lives in Olympia, we also see the importance of keeping these conversations separate. And then we also want to make sure that besides the questions that or the requests that I'm going to make, that we consider other resolutions and actions that the city council may have taken besides the sanctuary city resolutions, because we have a couple of trans resolutions on the books, and I want to try to use this as an opportunity to pull some of that stuff together and make sure that we kind of are following the path that we have set out before us already as well. So for the city manager, should my colleagues support me, I'd like to ask you to do an implementation report and suggestions for improvement around the immigrant and refugee sanctuary resolution and on the reproductive rights sanctuary resolution, as well as bring forward to the city council a path to consider a sanctuary resolution for LGBTQIA plus people, especially queer and trans people. And so if my colleagues are open to that, we'd love to, I think a lot of people have January 21st on their mind. And so how can we go as quickly as we can as a city in this space?
That's a motion on a second.
I saw a hand here. So Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Thank you. Looking forward to voting yes on this one. Although just wanted to also flag that we also have a sanctuary city on, I believe, is political persecution. So.
That's why I did the catch-all at the beginning.
Okay, great. That's all.
Councilmember Parsley.
Can I just have a summary again of what the motion is? Because there's quite a few points. I just want to make sure that we're all clear on what you're asking.
Yeah, and I wasn't thinking it needed a motion because the consensus can just give direction for report. So an implementation report and suggestions for improvement on our existing sanctuary resolutions, and a path to consider a sanctuary resolution for LGBTQIA plus people, especially queer and trans people.
Love it, love it.
Thank you. And are you finished with your comments, Councilmember Cooper? Okay, thank you. All right, any additional comments from council? Seeing none, that concludes our public comment section for this evening. And at this time, we're going to recess for 5 minutes and reconvene here in the council chambers after 5 minutes. Thank you. Council members. Okay, so let's go ahead and come on back. So we will move on to adoption of the consent calendar. But before adoption, I am tracking that we have one pull this evening. It is item 4C, which is approval of the draft 2025 City of Olympia State Legislative Agenda. And this request comes from Council Member Parsley.
I am sorry, I thought we had this all done, but it's sort of a late-breaking regional request from the city of Lacey, which holds jurisdiction over the animal service and animal shelter. And they are asking all regional partners to put on their legislative agenda a capital ask of $2 million to help with engineering and architectural design. And they put it on their front page. I have it right here. I think we could put it on the back page because I might know somebody in the LD22 group. And we're getting Tumwater in the county. So it's just to help Lacey and show them we understand our obligations for the animal shelter future issue. And since they have already done the needs assessment, it will cost them about $2 million to finalize. And so they're asking out of the capital budget, which honestly is the only budget that's going to be free for any kind of spending in the state budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Parsley. It looks like we have, Susan, it looks like we have some space on the back page where we might be able to add that. So I support that request as well. So
I can pass this down. It's the
Okay.
language out of the Lacey.
All right, so looks like council members are reviewing this language in real time. Councilmember Madrone.
Yeah, and I wasn't going to pull this item to speak to it this evening, but since it's already been pulled, I do have a request. When we were talking about this before, we talked about what is likely to move in front of the legislature this year, what is not, how do we prioritize things? And my request is that if we have something on here that doesn't have an active sponsor for it, that we make full use of our lobbyists. And I'm thinking about, particularly the study around reparations, make sure that our lobbyist is talking to members of the Black Legislative Caucus and that we are working on getting a sponsor for a bill. Otherwise, it's just words on paper. So I just want to make sure we're being proactive, supportive in areas where things are already moving forward, but proactive in areas where there's not a legislator already moving on it.
I agree. Thank you, Councilmember Madrone. But also, in addition to that, the language also calls on the executive branch to do it as well, which it's not just the legislative branch. So whoever's willing to do it. Yes, and I will continue to pass this down for council members to review. Councilmember Cooper.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the request. I just feel like that's the perfect thing for the regional legislative agenda, and if there ever was one, then maybe that's where that should go. So, but what's the status of that, and is it on there so we don't need to do this on ours?
City Manager Burney.
I can report that it is on the proposed regional agenda.
To quote the mayor and city manager of Lacey, this is a huge expense against their budget. And so because we have an ILA with them, they're not just wanting it on the regional, they would like it from the individual jurisdictions to show the level of seriousness in all of us and the fact that we are supporting Lacey.
So, Councilmember Parsley, will you make the motion to adopt the draft legislative agenda as amended?
Okay, do I have to do the amendment first? Robert's expert? There's no motion? Okay.
Not yet, but I'm
Okay.
asking you to do it.
Okay, so
yes.
the whole agenda with amendment to 4C?
Yes.
Okay. So I move to pass the consent agenda with 4C amended to add a capital request having to do with architectural and engineering design money for the Joint Animal Service facility.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Comments from council. Councilmember Gilman.
So just to clarify, that we're not going to adopt wholesale the language that's like 99 million words from the Lacey. Good. So if we can do it in a couple of sentences, I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Shorter's better.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the state legislative agenda as amended. Any additional comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Yes, thank you. Any additional polls for questions or comments on the consent calendar? Seeing none. So at this time, I need a motion to adopt the consent calendar this evening.
I move to adopt the consent calendar as published.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, consent calendar is adopted. If that's in fact true, my apologies, that was redundant, but at least we know the record is clear. We will move on to item 5A, which is a public hearing on the intention to change the Olympia Parking and Business Improvement Area Assessment Rate. And here to present this evening on this item is our Economic Development Director, Mike Reed. Hi, Mike.
Again, for the record, my name is Mike Reed. I'm the Economic Development Director. And yes, to further belabor the point that you just introduced, tonight we are here to hold a public hearing on changing the rates associated with the Parking Business Improvement Area, also known as the PBIA. I know that all of you know this, but for those in attendance or those that may want to provide public comment, just wanted to provide a little preface on what exactly the PBIA is. The PBIA is a funding area that was established by local businesses in 2025 to raise self-assessed funds to benefit the area as a whole. In 2025, about 60%, actually over 60%, it's a requirement, of downtown businesses signed a petition in favor of creating the self-taxing district. It is governed by Olympia Municipal Code OMC 3.62, and it is authorized by Washington Law RCW 35.87A. Currently, we have about 520 diverse ratepayers. In 2024, we invoiced about 114,000, and typically on an annual basis, we have about 5 to 10% that ultimately ends up in non-payment and actually does go to collections for payment. So the rates that are being discussed, they are actually codified in OMC 3.62, and you can see that there are different rates depending on different zones, Zone A, Zone B, Zone C, and then various business types. So there's different rate amount for restaurant or retail, professional services, financial institutions, lodging and personal care services. And then there's another further rate variation associated with business size. This rate structure was created and established when this was adopted in 2005, and it has not been changed since. So the rates have not been changed, the structure has not been changed, how we even defined the businesses have not been changed, even though I think we can all recognize the business climate has significantly changed. We have now more remote workers, more gig economy folks. Those concepts are not even contemplated in your current OMC. So we haven't changed the rates since adoption. Council can change rates. That's why we're here tonight. To be able to do so, you have to have a public notice and a public hearing. That is the event for tonight. Next slide here. What happened to initiate this on our November 19th meeting? Council unanimously passed Resolution M 2580. That was ultimately to set the time and date for this public hearing, but it did a couple of other things as well. The rate that we're contemplating changing is to take all of the rates, regardless of business type, size, or location, take all rates down to zero for 2025, with the stated intention that we would be doing a full program reevaluation in 2025 to address some of those things that we know have emerged over the 20 years since the program has been adopted. It also set the budget for 2025 for PBIA. So we had a fund balance, or we have a fund balance of about $85,000. We anticipate keeping $25,000 in that sort of fund balance or reserve, and using $60,000 for general professional services associated with both beautification, placemaking, and for some consultant or facilitation help with the program reevaluation. I do want to add as a note to this, last time I brought this forward, there was a conversation. One of the typically funded items is flower baskets. The PBIA, when adopting or making their budget recommendation, was to not do flower baskets. I heard from you that, hey, it's kind of important. We want that. I did work with the city manager. We are looking at funding opportunities to have the city potentially cover the maintenance and watering. And at the last PBIA meeting, which was held last week, they did give authorization to the staff liaison to go get quotes on using PBIA dollars to buy the baskets, so long as the city will find a way to keep them watered. So that is on the slate. So it does look like flower baskets in 2025 for downtown is a go. Oh, I think I. Yeah. So this concept of program reevaluation is really where your advisory committee, your PBIA advisory committee, really kind of rallied around this concept. It's been 20 years since we adopted this. We've recognized that there's pieces that may not be working right, that structures may have changed, businesses may have changed, concepts of what the priorities may have changed, and it's time to do that. And it's interesting, what you see on the screen here is when we first created the program, we baked in hey, let's do a temperature check at year 5. And so we did that temperature check at year 5. And then when we did it, we actually took out the requirement of doing future temperature checks. So what we're doing is at this 20-year advisory, it's time. It's time to do the listening, to convene the ratepayers, to convene the stakeholders, and understand what it is that we need this program to be able to do, what's functioning, what isn't functioning. So we'll bring them together. That's going to be a priority of your advisory committee. I do want to call out, we have 3 of your advisory committee members here that have graciously joined us this evening. But what we will be doing with your advisory committee and your staff liaison is really looking at in 2025, answering these kinds of questions. Is the PBIA model still an effective model for meeting downtown's needs? And if so, or if not, what should the future of the PBIA look like? Things like, what is the role of the advisory board? What does the structure of the program look like? What should the rates be? Who should the ratepayers be? How does fee collection work? Is there a fee? Priorities, administration, management, execution, all of those are part of what we would imagine an outreach and engagement process would be. I do want to make it clear that it is possible that you do this engagement and propose changes to the program come forward, such as maybe the program doesn't exist. Maybe you say, hey, it was working good enough, let's just bring it back as it was. Or it could be something in the middle. Let's make some of these changes. Let's change some of these rates up or down, or include other types of potential ratepayers. So we don't know what the outcome of that will be until we actually engage and do the listening and the evaluation. As for a timeline on this, we do not have a timeline ultimately developed yet. What we would imagine doing would be bringing the advisory committee together in February to start thinking about what would those deliverables look like. How do you want to facilitate this? What are the skill sets or background of a facilitator should you hire one to do that work? What would you be looking for? What would the timeline for this or an engagement process look like? And then bring something back to council prior to budget adoption. So if something needs to be adopted into the budget to be able to accommodate these changes, you have the time to do that. With that, that is the end of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and otherwise we can open the hearing.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions or comments for Mike? Councilmember Cooper.
Just one question, Mike. Is a PBIA created by petition the same way the DID would have been that was attempted prior? Or is that the same essential thing, or is it different?
I believe it's the same. I don't want to, the creation mechanisms may be somewhat different, but I would, there's your required way to do it. I would also say, though, with a self-taxing district, I would really ensure that you would, regardless of what the rule may be on how to implement it, deeply engaging the stakeholders with a strong majority of support.
Yeah, I think that's obvious. The piece for me where my mind was going was like whether the world of possibilities, like what was in the DID, is the world of possibilities here.
I believe so.
Okay,
but,
thank you.
I would defer till you get deeper into the process and do maybe a little more analysis there.
Well, that's exciting. So thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Bernie.
The law as it's structured is petition.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Parsley.
I would just put in a pin in the February meeting for PBIA to not just discuss what a assessment district could look like, but also potentially, because you have a lot of business owners, what does an advisory board do for us?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
I appreciate that there's a moment for discussion. And also, we've been, as a council, kept up to date about the progression of this. And I'll just share is that this is such the right time. This makes so much sense. And I'm so glad to receive a really smart, thoughtful recommendation from the PBIA, and to say, hold up, let's look within our processes and how can we get to whatever our goals are, and streamline it and make it more efficient. So yeah, I'm glad for this.
Ditto. And yeah, thank you for being here and being supportive of it tonight. It's much appreciated. So we're looking forward to how we can improve this. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on the intention to change the Olympia Parking and Business Improvement Area Assessment Rate. And we do have one person that is signed up remotely to testify in this hearing tonight, and that is Christina Costello. Are they in the queue, Kelly?
And they are traveling.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, folks. Can you hear and see me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Hi, my name is Christina Costello. I'm co-owner of Legends Arcade in downtown Olympia. I also sit on the PBIA board and wanted to speak to the recommended endorsement for the rate change for the PBIA tax to $0 for the year of 2025. Excuse me. Our board unanimously voted yes on this proposed rate change, and I wanted to speak to my own vote. The current PBIA is operating, as Mike said, under a 20-year-old RCW without a current program evaluation or sunsetting clause, meaning it's been business as usual without any meaningful reevaluation of its purpose or impact. You don't need me to tell you how much has happened in the last 20 years, especially to our local downtown economy. It's my personal belief that there's something really cool happening in downtown over the last couple of years, especially after the pandemic's devastating effect. There are new businesses in various industries opening up, and with that, there are a lot of new, highly engaged business owners who are investing in downtown and want to see it thrive. There are unique challenges, though, in running a business in downtown Olympia, and there are many opportunities that the city can support with help to ensure a sustaining and thriving local downtown economy. In the upcoming year, the PBIA board would like to convene local businesses within the PBIA boundary and do a deeper exploration of the true needs so that we can understand how to make the programming of PBIA as impactful as possible. We request to have City Council members at the table with us as well for these sessions so that they can understand the eminent needs downtown businesses face and be a stronger advocate for us. We believe that holding these listening sessions with as many local businesses as possible, we will not only build a supportive business network, but also be able to modernize a PBIA ordinance that meets the current needs of downtown and not just continue with business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. And I do believe we have expressed before that there are members that are interested in participating in those listening sessions as well. And also, I told you this before, but I'll tell you again, I love Legends, so thank you for opening it up. All right, so that is our only person that is signed up in advance for testimony this evening in the hearing, but it is our general practice to open it up to those who are present in person, and you have not signed up. If you wish to testify on this hearing this evening, now is your opportunity to do so. So is there anyone that wishes to testify on this public hearing? Going once, going twice. Okay, at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing on the intention to change the Olympia Parking and Business Improvement Area Assessment Rate. Thank you very much. All right, so that takes us to our next business item, which is
the packet says we need a motion.
Does it? Did I miss that? Oh, yes, and move to change. My apologies.
I'm ready if you want.
Yes, thank you.
I move to change the PBI rate to $0 for 2025, consistent with Council Resolution M-2580.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Appreciate that catch. And it happens for the next one, too. So item 5B, which is a public hearing to consider an ordinance declaring a continuing state of public health emergency related to homelessness, which is on first and final reading. And presenting this evening is Tim Smith, our interim director for community planning and development. Hi, Tim.
Yeah, hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Again, Tim Smith, interim director of community planning and development. I'm here tonight for Darian Lightfoot, director of housing and homeless response, who isn't able to be here this evening, so I'll be presenting this ordinance to you this evening. This is an ordinance declaring a continuing state of public health emergency related to houselessness. Houselessness is an issue of urgent public concern facing Olympia and the region. In 2018, the Thurston County Board of Health declared houselessness a public health crisis in Thurston County. The City Council also in 2018 adopted an ordinance declaring a public health emergency related to houselessness. Since that time, the City Council has found that conditions continue to exist and adopted ordinances declaring a continuing state of public health emergency relating to houselessness in 2019 and each year thereafter. The current declaration of emergency ordinance 7374 was adopted by the City Council on October 3rd, 2023, is set to sunset on December 19th if no action is taken to extend the declaration of emergency. This ordinance declaring a continuation of public health emergency will take effect immediately upon unanimous adoption by the City Council, and the emergency will be in effect through December 10, 2027. The ordinance also requires that Council review conditions within the next 12 months to determine whether or not to continue for an additional 12 months to that 2027 deadline. The city has been identifying and implementing solutions-based actions to address this increasingly challenging issue since first declaring a public health emergency. The city has invested substantial funding in response to the houselessness emergency, including investment in homeless response or outreach, garbage and sanitation at encampment sites, shelter housing, and affordable housing through the Home Fund. This continuation of the emergency declaration allows for the city to be nimble and efficient in applying its funding where it's most needed. However, conditions necessitating a public health emergency continue to exist in the city, including the increasing number of people becoming homeless and living outside. The conditions present significant public health and safety issues for the entire community and necessitate urgent further actions to mitigate the conditions giving rise to this threat to public health and safety. Declaring a state of continuing public health emergency provides a factual basis for the city's present and existing public health emergency and references statutory authority that allows the city more flexibility to act quickly in response to homelessness. Under this ordinance, the city may, for example, obligate funds, enter into contracts, or site facilities outside the normal process. This ordinance is before you tonight will accomplish those things. And so with that, I stand ready for any questions. We also have Kim Condrat here from our homeless program, homeless response coordinator, that can help answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions or comments for Tim? Councilmember Gilman.
You can decide whether this is a Tim or a Kim. I'm noticing a difference in who and where is on the streets right now, and I'm wondering whether or how continuing this emergency declaration might impact, for example, Olympia and Thurston Aves, having sort of a resurgence of a lot more people camping on the sidewalk at night. Could you describe maybe what you're able to do? Should we continue the emergency, or you know what I'm asking?
Please continue the emergency. We are noticing an influx of folks, like with the new legislation that came out. We're noticing there are people, Aberdeen and Tacoma, they're really enforcing homelessness in their cities and pushing them out. So we have noticed, we have a lack of shelter that people can just walk up to. Like right now, we've tried really hard to get the current shelter system on the coordinated entry system. And we have been so blessed here at the City of Olympia to have received a lot of the funds from the Governor's Safety Initiative. So that expanded our shelter system, but it's just not enough without the influx. It still wasn't enough to address all of our current folks who are there. There are a lot of vulnerable folks out there. We have not had a women's shelter at all in this city for many, many years. And so ongoing conversations with different faith communities, there's a lot of barriers for them to overcome to even incentivize them to even be open to setting up another shelter. So it would be very helpful. A lot of folks who are working with the unhoused population, there's a very quick burnout rate, no more than a year really, especially for those of us we all experience a secondary trauma along with that. So, and then we have people having very high trauma serving other traumatized people, and most of the people who are serving have also had lived experience. Then most of it's getting paid minimum wage. And so that's where, but yet they have made a lot of progress. What we have seen in the last couple years, I think the City of Olympia, especially the downtown, has been wonderful at least since I've been here. So I am constantly talking with people to see if they would open new beds, and there's just a lot of hesitation, and because of the previous impact in the downtown. where can we do it? So, I don't know, did that answer your question?
Thank you, Kim. That's really helpful context about the value of continuing the emergency. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Parsley.
A question for you, just a curiosity. I'm assuming you're referring to the reversal of the Martin v. Boise
Yes.
by the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like that the state should step up because we have jurisdictions that are now enforcing camping and arrests and sweeps, and other jurisdictions who are continuing to do the work. And so we're going to see a shifting of homelessness populations into those other jurisdictions. Am I correct?
Yes, I would say so. I was just having a conversation about that, is that the cities who are pushing out people, the other ones who are not pushing out, like, can there be some other financial support from the state to give to the other cities who are not pushing people out? Because someone has to, instead of us, what we have already found in the city is that when we just do a sweep, they just set up somewhere else for someone to deal with. And we have done a great job taking on the challenge and said, hey, we as a community are not going to sweep you until we're not going to make you leave, unless it's private property, but until we have either had an opportunity to offer you shelter or some other better kind of place of where you are now. So, and it would be great if the state embraced that as a consistent.
That's helpful. I'm going to go back to some conversations that happened in 2018. You can have a crisis occur, say an earthquake or homelessness crisis, and that moment of the crisis is actually very short, but the recovery can be decades. So I would be very supportive of continuing this declaration because we are not improving. We're continuing to struggle.
Agreed. And I had even invested into like FEMA funds, because if this were emergency, that we were able to set up in America, like for refugees, for like thousands of people, but yet we have thousands of people in our own cities who don't even have basic shelter, not even a large tent that could be very well managed, but we can't find the funds for that. It's not ideal. Congregate shelter is not the ideal. However, having them out without anything is also not ideal. So.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Yeah, Kim, maybe this is more of like a side meeting. But I don't have a question. I mean, unless you have a response. I am in favor of this. I just, on its face, I totally agree that we are still very much working through this. And so I don't think it's over yet. I am challenged with the thought of taking on other communities as well. And that is for no lack of care. And also, our city government is funded by the people of the city of Olympia, and housing and homelessness is so important. And we also have other things that we need to put our efforts into. And so it is, and I think for so long, before this change in legislation, well, it seems like everything's changing. Though, I really get into conversations with people and kind of fight against this idea of a magnet theory, that everyone's just coming here because we're compassionate, and I should like to think that that's not necessarily the case. I don't think that housing and housing insecurity is an Olympia issue or uniquely Olympia. So it's, it's tough. It's, we want to help people. And also, when I hear you say that, people from other communities are coming here and you and your team are the folks on the ground working it, I can't say I don't have concerns about that.
Can I give you something to think about? And this is an aside. When I think about what are the signs of a growing city, is that it draws people, right? I am not originally from here. I was born in New Jersey, grew up in North Carolina. I've been here now 21 years. And even though I've not been here, I have given so much back to this community. I live in Tumwater, I work here in Olympia, I go to church in Lacey, and I'm fully giving back, even though I'm not from here. The people that we serve, some of the people on my team, actually all of them, are from here, and they have touch points with everyone, people who they went to high school with, elementary school with, and so I really believe, like, it's a good thing that people want to come here. That's a good sign of a city. And when we invest in the people, they give right back. And so I will say two of the most effective people on our team are Travis and I, because we have such high ACE scores, which is adverse childhood events, but it's people who are broken, who can really connect with the broken people. And when you are able to really feel like you belong, and just hearing the testimony of support for this being a sanctuary for LGBTQ and trans, like, we want everyone to belong, right, in all different states of our wellness and unwellness. And that's the other part that we have been, that I hope that the city of Olympia and the residents see, that I've spent a lot of time looking at this current system and where the gaps are and the load it has on fire and on police, how we can reduce the calls. And so it is working, even though we don't have the immediate results, but there are new things coming, but we need more. We need a crisis stabilization center. We need someone like the ones that we see down in our businesses, the people who are in crisis, that they're not breaking the law, but they're in true mental health crisis and they don't meet the criteria to get admitted into the hospital. And we spend a lot of city resources spinning that wheel just over and over again because we don't have a solution. And I would strongly, like, we have to create that solution. Someone has to. And why not us? Money, right? I'm just kidding.
I have a quick follow-up.
Sure.
Your joke is my reality. So that is right on the money. Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate what you're saying. I so believe that someone has to sort of take up the mantle. I so believe that everyone needs a place to go. And I'm not suggesting that that we, be checking people's IDs or anything like that. I just we're such a ambitious city, and we have big hearts. We really do. And we don't have endless resources. And so, I don't want to go on too long about this. This is truly could be a whole nother business meeting. And I also, it's not popular with some to say this, but I also, a real part of it is that housing insecurity doesn't just impact the people that are housing insecure.
For sure.
It is a whole ecosystem, and it's impacting many folks around that. Folks that are also our constituents, and that are also people that we need to serve and think about. And so we, honestly, it seems like almost the majority of council meetings, we have public comment from folks that want us to be more compassionate and take actions that would suggest such, and people that are saying, hey, where's the accountability here? And it's just sort of has a negative connotation, but you get what I mean. It's just that I would love to say, hey, come one, come all, and also, is this a city of Olympia? And so I want to think about the broad Olympia community and how are we balancing that. And I love the work that you and your team have been doing. And so it's not anything on you, and I don't think that anyone really has that magic potion. But since you're here,
I appreciate the time. I would say one of the cool things that we should be proud of as a community. We think it may be the first ever, but at our tiny home village at Vallejo, now that Plum Street Village got taken by Vallejo, and it's really, we've added in that piece, the accountability piece from the One Community Plan that folks said, yes, we want a compassionate approach, we want an accountable one. There's space for 29 folks, there's 28 full. It's every time if with someone doesn't work, but we have people, we're seeing the fruit now that one or two people who are like, fine, like, yes, I really want to be clean and sober, and it's a journey with recovery. It's like, okay, I got a bit, I'm trying to do it, oh, and I messed up, right? I want to try again. They are trying, and now one person has sparked this thing of 10 other people really, really coming back. So they're working at the higher crew, they're coming to work 4 days a week. They are working on a path to sobriety. I would say almost 50% of them are, which is huge for our folks there. So, but that's something we provide a variety that is needed for the different personalities and needs of the unhoused population. So, and the ones who are ready to get out, it's been a really cool path that we haven't had before, so.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You were definitely like reading my mind. What you were saying just makes me think of there's the image of like 100 people trying to get onto a small sailboat, right? Like eventually the boat's going to sink, right? And when I think about the city of Olympia trying to help everyone, that's what comes to mind. We don't have endless resources. To the Mayor Pro Tem's point, and as compassionate as we want to be, we also have to be realistic. And so I hope we're tracking and monitoring how many folks are coming from outside of the community. I believe that's part of the census anyway. And that we really make sure that we're sending a message to other communities that the city of Olympia is not your way out of passing your regressive policies and then we pick up the slack for you. That's not what this is about, and we're certainly not going to be supportive of those efforts. They need to take care of their own people. So with that, Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. I was going to say something about the magnet theory, and you were so eloquent. Kim, thank you for bringing your resilient superpower to the city of Olympia and using it for good. We appreciate you. I think my hope in 2018 is that what she said would be the values of our city, and that's where we are. And it's really cool to be there. I think I've noticed, similar to Councilmember Gilman, there's some change afoot. It'd be really nice. In fact, we just did our legislative agenda, and I wonder if we should open it back up and put codifying Martin v. Boise at the top. But I think maybe we just have our lobbyists be listening for that conversation to keep us in touch with it, because it is happening. But when we've dug into that in the past, the cool part is that on any given shopping day, the number of people from out of town that are shopping downtown or at the mall is the same percentage, right? And so we want that magnet. Like, it's hard, and it's part of being a city, and we have to find the balance to both of your points. But it also means we're growing and we're seeing some difference. But if you're dropping your people that are in crisis, or dropping your people that are exiting the justice system in any town but your own, you're doing it wrong. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooper. And we could put it on the ledge agenda, but we got Representative-elect right here. You heard it, right? All right, City Manager Bernie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to offer a yes and, right? It's yes to everything Kim said in terms of our approach to being compassionate. And, I can't say enough about the work that Kim's team does every single day, and they continue to do just this amazing work and bring their hearts into it. So, and we also, we as a city cannot continue to take on, and we can't have more large encampments be established in our community. We're really struggling to get housing options for the 2 large encampments that we have, and we're making progress on one and shift to another. So there's just balance we have to find in terms of making sure that we're caring for everyone as best we can and with the resources that we have, and then continuing to work regionally through the Regional Housing Council to find solutions regionally, not just in Olympia. So I think there's just more work that we have to do, and I just wanted to add to the conversation because I think it's a yes and to everything that's been said here tonight.
Thank you. All right. Any additional comments? All right. Wow, that's unusual for a public hearing. All right, so at this time, I am going to open the public hearing to consider an ordinance declaring a continued state of public health emergency related to homelessness, which is on first and final reading. So we do have one person that has signed up in advance to testify this evening, and that is Tanisha Sadiq. Is there a Tanisha Sadiq present in the chambers? All right. So looks like that person is no longer present. So as before, is there anyone in the chambers that has not signed up in advance that wishes to testify in this hearing? Going once, going twice. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing to consider an ordinance declaring and continuing a state of public health emergency related to homelessness, which is on first and final reading. So with that, I need a motion to approve.
I move to approve the ordinance declaring a continuing state of public health emergency relating to human health and environmental conditions caused by increasing houselessness.
Second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right. So that takes us to our business items for this evening. We will begin with item 6A, which is approval of the welcome figure concept design. And presenting this evening is Stephanie Johnson, our Arts Program and Planning Supervisor.
Mayor Payne, council
Yes.
members, for the record, I am not Stephanie Johnson. I am Kelly Purse-Brasses, Strategic Communications Director, and I am lending my voice for Stephanie Johnson because hers is challenged by a cold this evening. So, with your grace, I am pleased to be here with the Art Commission's recommendations for the Welcome Sculpture Concept Design by Andrea Wilkos-Saigo. Part of the continuing effort of the 5-year accord between the City of Olympia and the Squaxin Island Tribe to create more opportunities for public art, education, and community service that will provide a healthy exchange of cultures. So I'll hand it over to Andrea. I'm happy to drive if you tell me when to turn. Okay.
So good evening. I'm Andrea Wilbur-Saigo, for those of you that don't know me. I'm a member of the Squaxin Island Tribe. I have been an artist as long as I can remember, since the age of 3. I've been actually doing my work, I guess I could call it as a career, from the time I was 8 years old. So I am a carver, and I was asked to give some ideas of an art piece, a welcome figure here in Olympia. I've lived here my entire life, so this is kind of, and I've done projects all over the state. But being from here, I have to say it's really meaningful to me to watch these, the growth that's happened between the relationship between my tribe, along with all the other local tribes, because I happen to be from, not only am I a Squaxin Island tribal member, I actually have family from Nisqually, Chehalis, Puyallup, all over the sound here. So tonight I want to show you some past works that I've done, along with some concept drawings of what I would like to see happen here. Okay, great. So this is Stretches Man. This is a piece that's actually over by Squaxin Park and is owned by Tim Martin, who happens to be here, and his wife, Kim. They asked me a few years ago, well, actually the day that we were raising the flag for Squaxin, we met here. And this year we were able to stand him. He is 10 foot tall. And he was the first one that I had did anatomically correct and incorporated not only being a carver, but also my weaving skills, because I'm also a weaver, along with that holding a staff that is a replica of a piece that was found on Harstein Island that we house at our museum at Squaxin. This here is a piece that's up in Seattle, Mowich Man. He stands in front of the convention center, downtown Seattle. He has been standing for nearly 2 years now. He is 16 foot tall, and he is from old growth red cedar. This is Creator. She stands on the other entryway at the convention center. She too is 16 foot tall. She represents not only our past and our present, but she's holding our future by being the first and only pregnant welcome figure that I've ever seen, along with carrying a clam basket on our back that represents all of our people with a baby. Thank you. So this is the idea for here. I took a long time of thinking what I wanted to represent and what we're doing as a community. I was listening while I was working on the Creator actually about the Bolt's decision. Of course, it's affected my entire family. I've grown up knowing about it my entire life. But I was listening on YouTube and listening to a documentary, and there happens to be a picture of Billy Frank that is standing right in this position, right in this spot. Growing up with him and growing up with so many elders, I like to think that I'm guided by them, because I ask them daily. I'm like, where do you want me to go? What story? What is it that we're all trying to do? And I was working on some of the concepts, was what was going on at the convention center, and these pieces all tie together. We had one of the biggest kelp beds right here at Squaxin. Something that we're all working at trying to rebuild. And I am a diver. I've been a diver for 27 years. This October would have been 27 years. And so I'm always taking consideration, what are we doing? Are we taking care of that underwater world? Because without that underwater world, we don't exist here. Without us, our existence here, we don't have the sky world either. And so all of these thoughts go through my head, and I had a meeting, and I was like, Billy sent me this direction, and I was able to get a handful of different locations. This location just made sense. My husband and I drove the loop going, these are the locations. Where do we want to go? This happened to be it. And then I stepped back and I was like, okay, what do we need to bring this full circle? And it is that I am working on the estuary. I'm working with the group from Seattle, I can't think right this minute, on bringing not just a story as in writing, but hopefully incorporating artwork around the entire estuary. And so I've been involved with that, so everything is tying together. What is it we're trying to do? We're trying to better the next generation. We're trying to not only better the next generation, but we're trying to heal the wrongs that have been done. All of us have done. We all have maybe not seen something that was what was happening that we need to correct now before it's too late. And so I put the drawings together with the salmon that, of course, we all think about. She will have kelp that's going to incorporate in her design wear on her skirt. And then the basketry designs, when we're putting in the estuary, where her placement is all going to tie together. We're trying to tie together everything that's going down in Olympia, not just one space. It's all spaces, all businesses, all people. And I'm hoping that we're going to be able to transplant sweetgrass into those areas that we haven't seen forever. And I'm hoping that those cattails, of course, are going to flourish down there. And we've got all these natural berries that are going to become things that hopefully we'll be able to gather here in the next 20, 30 years. We're going to be gathering, and right down here, we're going to be gathering to make these objects that have been made since time immemorial. So I try to do that story, and then I asked my kids, I feel like it's time. After doing Stetchus Man, I was like, I would like to do a partially anatomically correct female, done elegantly. I said, and kids, what do you feel? Because I'm doing this ultimately for my kids and grandkids to be proud of. And they were like, well, Mom, if there was ever a place, it's here. And I said, okay, all right. That's all I needed to hear is you kids say that to me. So I started drawing her, but I wanted it to be also, so in our culture, when you had the best weaving, you had the best carving, you had the best regalia, you were that high-statured person. That's what Stitches Man is. And now this is what she's going to be. I wanted to add the jewelry. I wanted to add, so it won't be an actual carved headband or a woven headband, but it's going to be carved to look like a woven headband. There will be jewelry. I will be playing with the idea of how to make sure, of course, that all of that is going to either be replaceable really easy or not damaged. I luckily I have upwards to over 50 pieces, big public pieces, and I, knock on wood, have had little to no interference with people. I like to think that I carve with my entire soul and spirit and put nothing but good into it and hope that it's helping everybody that it's in its presence. And therefore, I've been really lucky to not have any damage. After I got that far, my husband said, well, are you going to put a baby on her back? My husband's also a Squax Island tribal member, so doing this means a lot to my entire family and along with all of my children. And I was like, okay, that's a lot of extra work. And he was like, but we're representing our tribe. And that's exactly what I do on a daily. And I'm hoping that with this, it's going to get our community coming together to ask the questions that need to be asked so that we can build those relationships so that an understanding is even greater. Because I feel like the more that we understand each other, the less scared people get. It's only when people are scared, in my belief, that people act out. When they start understanding, that scaredness goes away. And so with every piece, I'm hoping I'm educating enough to build those bridges to be able to, for people not to be so scared or maybe not educated, be able to feel free to ask without thinking that it's a dumb question, because there is no dumb question. Only the one not asked. And so by putting these pieces out there, that's exactly what's happening. Now, this is being worked on right now. Parks is working on the permitting to have this space create a nice park so that people can gather and have that intimate time with her. And the log is sitting in, so everybody knows the log is sitting at my house. It came from Alaska. It was shipped down, brought into Seattle, and then trucked from downtown Seattle, Port of Seattle, up to my house, just so you know. And yeah, I'd like to answer any questions that people have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Remarkable work.
Thank you. Thank you.
I can't wait to see it.
Okay.
Any questions or comments from council? Councilmember Madrone.
Andrea,
Danny.
look at this. We've been talking about this for like over a year.
Couple years, I think.
Yeah, and last summer at the Festival de Seychelles, you know, you mentioned to me your concept around, you know, just displaying the beauty of a woman's body in that way, and I was like, yeah, you should totally go for it. And I'm glad that you mentioned the sourcing of the log, because that's one thing that I learned when you were carving the figures over on East Side Street. You know, Stephanie and I and a member of the Arts Commission took a trip out to your studio, and you talked about, you know, the work it takes to get one of these very large logs to your studio. And I hope there'll be opportunities for all of us on council to be able to come and visit you.
I would love that.
While you're working on this. I'm curious, you know, what are we thinking when it comes to a timeline?
I'm going to get started as soon as I get the okay. The log, we've already picked her out. She's down the bottom. Stephanie said, hold on. till I'm totally, you know, everything's okay. But I'm not quite sure where they're at on the parks. It depends on, you know, where they're at on that portion. But I do want to get started on her pretty soon here. So I would hope that you guys could make a trip out, you know, this spring, this summer. I'd like to get her finished up in the next 6 months or so.
Excellent. Well, keep us posted.
And I forgot to say, she's 12 foot tall, just so you guys know.
Yeah, tall
She's
lady.
beautiful. Yeah.
Well, and you know, the other figure is called Stechas Man. Yes. So what do we call her?
That's the portion. I've got to start carving her. She hasn't told me her full story yet.
All right.
As soon as I know, I will let you know. I can't force that one. I've tried. It's other than what I want her to look like. The entire story hasn't completely come together yet.
Okay, excellent. And I want to acknowledge Tim Martin over there. We received an email from him. Stephanie, I believe you received it as well, in terms of making sure there's some access to information so that as people are walking by and they're like, what's her story? There's a QR code for them to scan to learn more about the Squaxin Island tribe, the people of Stechas, the Deschutes Estuary. So at first I was like, wow, this is a really engaged constituent to just see this on our agenda. And so to hear your story and your connection to this as well is just really wonderful. So thanks for being here.
And that's what I'd like to see, and hopefully we will with the entire Deschutes Estuary, is connect the whole thing, because in all reality, it's connecting the whole downtown. I mean, it's not just, we can't think of things as being one space in Olympia. It all flows, you know, and I think ultimately that's our goal, is to make the space flow. You know, and I go back and I tell I'm very active with my tribe, and I tell them that all the time. I'm like, we want it to flow from our home to Olympia, to Lacey, to Tumwater. I mean, it really is, we're one area and we're one people. So that's the ultimate picture.
Thank you. Councilmember Harshly, followed by Councilmember Cooper, followed by Councilmember Gilman.
I don't have a lot of wise words, except for I love how you refer to her as a living being, and it's in here. I would love to someday find out what you're thinking and your concept as you grow for the whole estuary. And I will certainly take an invitation to see her in progress.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councilmember Cooper, followed by Councilmember Gilman.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. I told the city manager, you know, so I have a love-hate relationship with finding out things in the newspaper, and this was a really cool article to read. As I read it, I got more excited, and having a few of us had the opportunity to go out with some tribal council members on the water this fall, and so seeing Stechas Man there, you can just see in your head how cool it's going to be to have her standing there at the entrance to the estuary. And it kind of looks like we're going to be the first shoreline restoration for the estuary project as well, because we're starting it right there. So designed and funded.
Yeah.
So come on, state. Anyway, thank you so much for your gifts to our community and for making it a human process and not just a piece of art. I think
there's like 10 things in what you just said to us that we all need to learn from.
Yeah.
And that's including like being in touch with our elders and asking before we go off half-cocked and try and change the world, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilman.
Andrea, I'm so glad that you're going to create another commission in the city here. And I want to speak for a moment to the female forum part of it, because you asked when you came in, and I don't know that well, Councilmember Madrone did say, she thought it was an awesome idea. And I would just say, from my perspective, if it was a sculpture of marble or it was black and white photography, people would say, well, that's fine art. Of course, there's the human form. And your work is both cultural and absolutely inspiring fine art.
Thank you.
And so, to my mind, it just makes complete sense that it would both be historically and culturally appropriate and also gorgeous as contemporary art. And so I'm absolutely in support of the forum just as you've presented it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Hi, Andrea.
Hi.
I loved Unity.
Thank you.
What a great piece in one of our Art Crossing projects. And I was really excited to hear early on that you would be the one to design the welcome pole. And then a couple days ago, I heard there might be nudity. And I'm all for nudity. I should finish that
In the
sentence.
appropriate
I'm all for
spaces.
nudity in the appropriate context. It is what it is. I'm a human being. And also I said, I was on the line with the city manager and the mayor in a public space. And they're like, oh, it's gonna be beautiful. But no one had seen it yet. And I said, well, what does it look like? I think I said, what's it look like? Where is it? Like 5 times. What does it look like? Anyway, I love it.
Thank you.
She is so beautiful. Also really like that it's a she, but anyways. She is so beautiful. I love the story. I love the art. I love the connection of just how you've weaved it, all of the pieces together, and your thoughtfulness. And I love that you told Councilmember Madrone that it can't be rushed. That's right. It hasn't come to you yet. And how thoughtful. How absolutely thoughtful. And I can't wait to meet her and hear maybe more of her story that has left to be told, and figure out what her name is.
Yeah. And it will. It will come in the strangest times. It could be as soon as on my way home, and it'll pop in my brain. It could be when I'm in the middle of carving her. It really just depends, on. And it's interesting, but that's where everybody comes involved, is after listening to you guys, after watching people's comments on how they react to her. All that is part of the story. She is coming to life with all of our stories, and that will happen in the future. Her story is going to change. Right now she's holding our story, but our grandchildren are writing her story for 50 years from now. So it's just a living process.
Thank you. Perhaps their stories. Thank you for doing the extra work. Thank you for your husband's suggestion. I love the baby in the basket.
She's going to be cute.
Yes. Councilmember Vanderpool.
I don't have a lot of words. I appreciate that it's facing the sea, because to me, as this has been told to me over the last year, Olympia has to be approachable by the sea, and not just by cars, not just by airplane, but from the traditional transportation of getting in and out of Olympia is from the sea, and I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
I also would love to see a tour if there's ever a chance. I am very excited about this. I'm very excited about how this is on the isthmus. This is the center of the city. People are going to see this coming and going. And it's another reminder of again, the generations of the 7 generations in the past and then 7 generations in the future. And I'm very excited about this.
Thank you.
So I'll be looking forward to it.
Yeah, you guys should come before this spring. We'll try to, I'll reach out to Danny or reach out to somebody. I actually have a 21-footer in front of my house that will be put up across from the Smith Tower. Supposed to be this spring, so you guys should come. Touch her face before she's standing, and you'll be the last ones to be able to do that. And so yeah, she's been done and waiting for a couple of years now, and so I'd love you guys to see her and see her. So, but thank you guys.
Thank you. I just, first of all, I just want to lift you up because the talent that you have to be even, I wouldn't even know where to start if you put a log in front of me. Like, it's just so impressive, and it feels like otherworldly to me that a human being can do something like this. So thank you so much for lending your talents to us, for sharing your culture, and really sharing it with us in a way that is going to lift the tribe up even more than we already have. I know that that's so important to all of us here and continuing to strengthen our relationship with the Squaxin Island tribe, and this is just another way that we're doing that as well. And I just want to say I can already feel, I can get a sense of the spiritual components of this. So for me, I'm very intrigued, but also sensitive to that sort of thing. And when Councilmember Vanderpool said that it's going to be facing the water, I can already sense and feel that. And I think it's going to be a very powerful experience once she's actually there. So I just know it's going to be beautiful. I look forward to seeing it. And tonight, I think we're going to be voting on her conception.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
And
Really
that's the
appreciate
start
your
of
words.
it. I'm also really impressed that you're going to be able to pull it off in the timeline that you said you were going to be able to do that. It would take me 6 months to figure out where to start. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Madrone, you have a motion.
Yeah, I move to approve the welcome figure concept design by the gracious and incredibly talented Andrea Wilbur-Saigo.
Thank you, Danny.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank
to
you,
work.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So that takes us to our next business item, which is item 6B, which is the approval of a draft 2025 City of Olympia federal legislative agenda. Before I introduce Susan, I just want to acknowledge, I meant to do it before we moved on, but Stephanie Johnson in the back of the room, I wish you a speedy recovery. I'm sorry you weren't able to present tonight, so wish you well. All right, so we have Susan Grissom, our legislative liaison, presenting this evening, along with Rick Desimone from the Desimone Consulting Group, who's joining us remotely tonight.
Yes.
Hi, Susan.
Good evening, council members. For the record, I am Susan Grisham, and yes, I am here tonight as your legislative liaison, but yes, we have Rick Desimone of the Desimone Group, who serves as our federal lobbyist to share the draft 2025 federal agenda. I do want to thank Rick for hanging in with us because he is coming in from DC, I believe, so it's kind of late for him. Thank you, Rick, for being here. Tonight I will share our approach to federal engagement and then invite Rick forward to speak to that and also give an overview as to what is happening in DC given the change in leadership that is coming, and then open it up for an opportunity to ask questions around that. And then I'll share an overview of our proposed federal agenda and have Rick share some context regarding the agenda and answer any questions. So first, I'll just talk a little bit about the approach to federal engagement, which was part of our agenda last year as well, but I just wanted to touch on that. And we are committed to collectively and collaboratively working among staff and departments to develop strategies to meet the city's federal government affairs objectives, coordinating materials, including background information, written correspondence, and the like for presentation to federal officials, and providing guidance and support and supporting engagement with federal policymakers, including congressional members and their staff, as well as the administration regarding policy related to the city's interests, and coordinate, identify, and work with stakeholders to advocate for agreed-upon policy objectives and strategies to achieve success, and then identify areas of mutual interest between the city and targeted external stakeholders that will help develop and execute strategies to capitalize on those areas of mutual interest where they are beneficial. So with that, I will invite Rick forward to speak a little bit about the approach, but then also regarding what is happening in DC right now.
Thank you, Susan. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good to see you.
Great. Mayor Payne, Mayor Pro Tem Wen, council members, thank you for allowing me to be here today or this evening, and thank you for the opportunity to work with the City of Olympia to help advance your federal policy agenda. As we've been discussing tonight and hearing from your constituents, there's change afoot here in the nation's capital. As we know, we're going from a period of divided government through the end of this year into a period of unified government beginning early next year. As we know from the news, the U.S. House of Representatives will have a very narrow Republican majority. I think the latest count is that they will end up with around 220 members, although 3 of those members one has resigned, and 2 have been selected by President-elect Trump to serve in his cabinet or his administration. And so the House will enter the 119th Congress with the narrowest of majorities at 217. The Senate will have a little bit wider majority with 53 Republicans, and of course, unified government with the incoming Trump administration. We have 2 new members of the Washington State delegation due to retirements in the 5th and 6th congressional districts. New member Michael Baumgartner in the 5th, and new member Emily Randall in the 6th. So lots going on in the Congress. Before we get to next year, Congress still has some work to dispose of this year. They are debating the National Defense Authorization Act, which is a bipartisan bill that's been passed by the Congress, I think, every year for the last 62 years. That's expected to be passed this week. And then this Congress needs to try to dispose of the fiscal year 25 budget process. The fiscal year 25 started October 1st of this calendar year and extends to September 30th of next calendar year. Heading into the elections, the Congress passed what's called a continuing resolution to extend federal funding on a temporary basis at current levels until December 20th. So they need to come up with a solution to keep the government open 2 Fridays from now. The conventional wisdom is that they will not complete work on final bills before the 20th, but will instead pass another continuing resolution into Q1 of next year. The thinking is mid to late March. Some people are arguing for a little bit shorter time frame, but we will see. Why that's important for us is that discretionary spending, including the congressionally directed spending that Representative Strickland helped secure for us, is tied up in that process. And so we're waiting final disposition of those bills. Part of that will also be a one-year extension of the Farm Bill. That's important for communities like Olympia and Thurston County because there's nutrition assistance as part of that bill. The Water Resources Development Act, which is funds and authorizes Army Corps of Engineers work around, and that's important for us for our shorelines and water work. And then a disaster response bill, mostly dealing with the hurricanes that went through the southeast part of the country earlier this year. So a lot to do in a short amount of time between now and 2 Fridays from now. As we get into next year, we can anticipate the new majorities in Congress employing what's known as the reconciliation process. This is a process which is a very powerful policy tool. It's a budgeting tool that Congress can employ. And the trick on that is that the Senate and the House have to pass identical versions of a reconciliation package in order to utilize the process. But what it does, if you are able to do that, is it provides a privileged rule in the Senate so that you can pass legislation with a simple majority. This is the way that the Affordable Care Act was passed. This is the way that the Inflation Reduction Act was passed. This is the way that the tax cuts that were passed in the first year of the prior Trump administration in 2017 were passed. And we can expect the new majorities to employ that across a number of different policy areas and functions next year, including border, immigration, energy, and tax policy. There are limits to what that process can be used for. It's meant to be limited to those things that are revenue and expenditure related, so budget related. It can't carry pure policy matter, although that is, as you might tell from the large pieces of policy that have been passed under that authority, that's sort of a matter of interpretation. So expect a lot of legislative activity next year. And part of the reason why the approach to federal engagement that Susan laid out is important is that in the midst of this process that we're about to enter, there will be a lot of unknowns that won't get filled in until a little bit later in the process. We fully anticipate and expect that there will be congressionally directed spending for the FY26 process, but we do expect, given the extension of FY25 into the 25 calendar year, that will be a truncated and pretty quick turnaround on that process. So the process that Susan laid out is one that's meant to help us, help you prioritize and get ready for that process that's coming up.
So I'll open it up to questions from the dais.
Thank you both. Any questions or comments from the council? None? Councilmember Gilman, followed by Councilmember Parsley.
How do you do? I am Clark Gilman. My question is, some of the document that we have talks about speaking to the administration to describe our values. Is that Is that a strategy you've worked with folks on? I've mostly done legislative visits where we've gone to our own district representatives. And I've been at conferences where we've had people from the executive branch. But is there actually a platform or a path for a municipality to be advocating to the administration?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's the next slide for Susan. But, as we were working with City Manager Bernie, the staff, and Susan in, crafting this agenda, I think that it became apparent through those conversations that, the city really desired to lift up an articulation of its values and priorities as it related to the federal government and what we might see coming forward. So the federal agenda has some emphases that are a little bit different than the past agendas that the council has seen by sort of lifting up and identifying protecting rights and health and safety and some other things. And I do think that cities like Olympia can be effective advocates on these matters. As I was listening to your discussion, earlier in the evening, cities are where a lot of the rubber hits the road on policy, where you're trying to solve problems for people at a very granular scale. And I think that as discussions and debates occur in Washington, D.C., that could impact your residents and how you're able to care for them and support them, speaking your values and priorities into that discussion, it may not necessarily produce a different outcome by the executive branch, but lifting up those stories can help provide support, examples, and ballast to other policymakers, including those in the Senate and the House, who will retain and have some authority and leverage over how policies over the next several years take shape and are executed. So I do think it's a valuable use of your time and one that we can put to good use.
Thank you. Councilmember Parsley.
I read this and I will not lie that I had a little worry with the party that will be in power after January 21st. And I'm saying power in general terms because of the, Congress, Senate, and executive branch. Some of these things, how are you, a lot of these are budget asks, and including the Deschutes Estuary project. I'm looking for your confidence, because I'm not feeling confident. Let's just put it that way in some of these requests. Do you think as a smaller city it's going to be easier than, say, a state coming in or something else? You know where I'm going? I'm just looking for your guidance on this because you've been there and you know what this is like.
Yeah, I think we're all experiencing, a sense of change is in the air, and I think we know that there are going to be changes in emphasis to policy, but there will still be opportunities to make advancements, to advocate and secure resources on things that are important to the city of Olympia and your residents. And so, are we going to be able to make progress, on all of these things? I think, we won't. But it's important nonetheless to, I think, identify priorities and speak to them. Many of these items, are longitudinal in how they've developed, and they're going to be longitudinal in how we address them. Things like childcare and housing and homelessness. The Deschutes Estuary Project, is a complex, multifaceted project with a lot of different jurisdictions and governments involved, including the state and the Squaxin tribe and others. And so I do think it's important to keep pressing forward on these things and make progress where we can. And we will know more next year, and I think there will be some hard times, but there won't only be hard times. There will be some opportunity to make some progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Bernie.
Thank you. I just wanted to weigh in on the estuary that's on this list. I think we spent time, as council knows, the mayor and I, with DES in the spring, talking about estuary, and we're now post-election, we're going to have to go back and kind of start some of those conversations over again because there's new people in those seats. And so I do think there'll be a different road and a different reception for some of this as we go back and have different conversations. I think we all know that. But nonetheless, we're going to have the conversations that we need to have and be undeterred about our requests. And the same thing is, our local delegation at the federal level is tied into like our project requests around the Armory and the Plum Street Village relocation. And Rick's group's going to work with them to help us figure out how do we write these in a way that gives us the best chance to get them funded, knowing who our new audience is. And I think that's our work. And that's the work of Rick's team, is to help us navigate this differently than we've navigated in the past. And so I agree with Rick. I think the job is a little bit harder. I think I agree with that, but it's not impossible depending on who the audience is and how we approach it.
The value of a federal legislative advocate.
Yeah. Thank you, City Manager Bernie. That's exactly what I was thinking as you were talking, and you took the words out of my head. Any additional questions or comments from the dais? No. Well, thank you, Rick, first of all, for staying up so late to join us. We appreciate it, and we appreciate all the work you're going to do to lobby on our behalf, not just of the council, but of the city. So we appreciate your work ahead of time. So we will let you get back to the rest of your night.
All right, my pleasure. Thank you, and looking forward to working with you to make progress. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good night.
So I will ask that Rick stick around because I do want to still go through our federal agenda items.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
I thought
okay.
we were.
That's okay. Just one more slide. It's okay.
We can move quick.
We can move pretty quick. Switch the slide. So first on our list is congressional funding. And as you know, plans are underway for improvements to turn the Armory into a creative campus and community hub as envisioned by our community. So with the commitment of local funding for programming through Inspire Olympia, we do need federal resources to upgrade that building. And it's about a $10 to $12 million need for this project. And so we'll be looking for opportunities for grants for items like elevators and things like that. And then also we know that soon we'll need to relocate Plum Street Village, and that's about a $3 million ask for that project because it will require purchase of land, building of infrastructure, and expansion to serve more community members. And then
Hey, Susan, can I jump in there real quick?
Yes, sir.
So one of the reasons that we put this on the list is Rick and Liz. Liz is Rick's counterpart. There is a specific program that is potentially available to us around the relocation of Plum Street Village, particularly if we expand Plum Street Village. There's some funding available. So that's specifically why we put this on the list, is because I think there's an opportunity with a very specific program that targets funding here.
And then we move on to expanding childcare opportunities. We know that childcare is a struggle for working families in our community, and there's just not enough quality childcare opportunities. So we're looking to continue to advocate for important investments in those types of programs to support and encourage the expansion of childcare options, including tax breaks, universal childcare, and expansion of maternity and paternity leave. And then we already spoke to the Deschutes Estuary project that is on our list. And then continuing to work to connect resources around housing and homelessness, housing initiatives, supporting community partners, and continuing our federal engagement to include requests for additional resources to support all the work that we're doing around housing and homelessness. And this is following on the data, purpose, and goals established in the One Community Plan and Olympia Strong. So in the past year, the city has applied for pro-housing and price grants, and both those grants are from members of Congress. So we'll continue to advocate for fully funding our CDGB program and continue to monitor other opportunities. And then economic development and infrastructure. As part of Olympia Strong, our federal engagement will focus on workforce pathways, housing and sense of security, infrastructure, and business enterprise resources. And we'll focus on opportunities, again, around workforce training, Plum Street Village. And then there's 2 years of additional funding remaining in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. And we'll continue to monitor that for transportation, multimodal, and bike ped projects. And then promoting health and safety. We're committed to promoting the health and safety of our residents, and part of our agenda is working to continue to advocate for policies and resources that support these goals, including working to address behavioral health issues and supporting effective, strong gun measures. And then also, our police department provides services, builds partnerships, and enhances public safety. And so we want to continue to look for opportunities to support our police force. And then protecting rights. For the rights of our community members, including reproductive rights, we'll be focusing on continuing our work around Sanctuary City, as we saw earlier today, and that is an incredibly important item on our federal agenda. And so that is the quick overview of our federal agenda. So I look forward to discussion and feedback, and Rick is hopefully still there to answer some questions too.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, and just on Plum Street and, the Armory and the estuary, we fully anticipate that Congress will retain congressionally directed spending in the appropriations process going forward. There were new leadership elections in the Senate, and there were conference elections in the House, and none of those debates around those leadership discussions, were there really any debates about undermining or doing away with congressionally directed spending. We could see changes in scope or accounts for eligibility, but again, we do anticipate that will be part of the process going forward. And as Jay said, it's our job to sort of, listen and help shape the city's requests to align with and conform to, what the Congress is going to want to, react to going forward.
Thanks, Rick. I tried to help you out, but you're still here.
I'm all in. Good.
Any additional questions? Councilmember Gilman, followed by Councilmember Vanderpool.
I reacted a little bit to the protecting rights, the last little paragraph, that it very specifically focused on women's reproductive rights protections, which we most recently enacted among these protections. And I'm very proud of that action, but I'm also mindful that on our sanctuary page, there are 3 different sets of protections. In the last month, I've had many meetings with different groups of community members who were concerned that they may be targeted. And then we had the robust turnout this evening. So I'm wondering if either adding a sentence about broadly standing to protect human rights and all of the residents of our community, but it's just some way to adjust that paragraph a little bit, if that seems reasonable. Yeah, to broaden it a little bit.
Absolutely, I will do that.
Councilmember Vanderpool.
I did come with a few recommendations, additions. So under infrastructure, Olympia is currently listed under the U.S. Department of Transportation Corridor ID program list. If that continues to be funded, I would like Olympia to continue to be part of that scope. If anyone's aware, that's the Cascadia High-Speed Rail. The Department of Transportation has identified us as one of the destinations along that route. Now, mind you, I know that as a part of the current administration. I just want to say that as that funding continues to move forward and that scoping is being made, I would like it if Olympia continued to be a part of that. The other thing is, beyond some of our funding needs around housing and homelessness, I think that there is space to do revisions or remove some arbitrary barriers around some of the HUD rules, such as mixed income development. I realize that this is very unlikely from a more conservative administration, but an argument could be made that that is a set of rules that, if eliminated, could help local government. So the way it's sold matters a lot. The last thing I would like to mention is we talked about childcare, but I also think that there are various other aspects of working class families that are just getting by paycheck. I understand traditionally this is something that a more right-wing party is not in their priorities, but there were a lot of promises made during this election, and one of that is the working class. And so I do hope that Congress has the bravery to take on some of that despite the situation. And so broadly speaking, I do think that there are various aspects of debt and cost saving that can be done by Congress to help working class people wherever it may be. So those are kind of just my 3. Thank you.
Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne, and thank you, Rick and Susan, for this. I think it's pretty inclusive. I just have a comment. I don't think it needs a change, but just around the resources for housing and homelessness programs. The thing I think that's got us the most stuck right now is the lack of availability of both site-based and housing choice vouchers. Like, we need a revamp of that program so they can meet the population need across the country, and I think that's bipartisan policy. But I think it's included in the way you wrote it now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? I'm seeing none, so I will entertain a motion from Councilmember Cooper.
I move the approval of the 2025 Olympia Federal Legislative Agenda as discussed.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much, Susan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Now
All
you
right.
can go.
Right, thank you. We'll see you all soon. Thank you.
All right. Good night.
All right, good night.
Okay, so that takes us to our final business item for the evening, which is item 6C, which is the approval of an ordinance declaring a public health emergency related to insufficient supply of affordable housing. And presenting this evening is Jacinda Stelches, our Affordable Housing Program Manager. Hi, Jacinda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Jacinda Stelches, City's Affordable Housing Program Manager. As was already covered, I am here to present on our Affordable Housing Emergency Ordinance that is before you tonight. I do have not a lot of slides, but there are a few slides, but want to try to, kind of keep us moving somewhat quickly here. Before I jump right into it, I do want to acknowledge that what is before you all tonight, even though I'm up here from Housing and Homeless Response, this is something that collaboratively has been worked on between Housing, Public Works, Community Planning and Development. We've consulted with legal and our city manager's office. So even though I am up here speaking, this is a collaborative effort, and I may need to call on some of my colleagues for some of your questions. So just to let you know. To set the stage, sorry, I guess we can go this way. What we know. So housing is a basic human need. The demand for affordable housing in Olympia outweighs the supply. Developing affordable housing is expensive. Middle housing is often affordable, naturally occurring affordable, not always, but often. Housing instability is associated with a higher risk of chronic health conditions and mental health challenges. And we know that more than 7,600 Olympia households are housing cost burden. So that means they spend more than 30% of their income on housing expenses. And I want to take a moment to define, throw out some definitions here so we're all on the same page. Throughout this presentation and throughout the ordinance, we use the term affordable housing quite a lot. So I want to make sure that we're all understanding what's being referred to. So when I'm talking about affordable housing throughout this presentation, I'm referring to housing that costs a household no more than 30% of their gross annual income. Furthermore, I'm referring to housing intended for low-income populations whose income does not exceed 80% of area median family income. So let me explain just a little bit this chart. When we're talking about area family median income, that is set by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. This shows our Olympia Tumwater area median income. So it varies depending on household size. So for example, when we're talking about affordable housing and we're talking about households making no more than 80% of area median income, housing costs that would be affordable for a household of 4 in our community, so a household making $90,150 would be 80% of area median income. A rent and utilities cost would be about $2,254. So when we're talking these numbers around area median income and what is affordable, it's just an example. And if anyone is interested in this table, I can provide more information, but wanted to let you all know where those income limits come from and what that looks like by household size. Also wanted to take a moment to talk to middle housing. I know, and you all know, that you'll have some stuff before you coming up in this new year from Community Planning and Development around middle housing. And as I said before, middle housing is oftentimes, though not always, naturally affordable. So this is middle housing's infill housing occurring in low-density areas or low-density zones as it relates to this ordinance. And I won't read everything that it includes here, but I do want to call out that we're also talking about cottage housing and accessory dwelling units. So this ordinance is kind of a little time in the making. Over the last few years, housing has heard from our community and from developers, both nonprofit and private landowners in our community, that they recognize there's a need for housing, they recognize there's not sufficient supply, and they want to play a role in addressing that problem. But they're also communicating to us that there are barriers, and those are barriers to development. And earlier in the meeting, you all heard from Elizabeth from Habitat for Humanity. Trudy Sukup with Homes First also came and talked with you all earlier this year. I believe that was June of 2024. And that kind of initiated this whole process of really diving deep into what could an ordinance look like. They are not the only ones we heard from, but did want to call out their commitment many months ago and sticking around tonight to hear it through as well. So we get to what is the problem. The problem, again, is the need for affordable housing in our community far outpaces the supply. And there are some current policies, procedures, and municipal codes that are currently acting as barriers to creating new affordable housing units. I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment and acknowledge that you all and staff have already accomplished a lot around this issue. These are just some items that have been undertaken, including passing of the home fund, the 1/10 sales and use tax. Community planning and development has done quite a bit as well to try to decrease permit times. This is not a comprehensive list, but wanted to call attention to the fact that the city and staff have been working on this, and still more is needed. So now the good stuff, right? The proposed solutions. So what you all, the remainder of the presentation here, we'll talk kind of very broad level about some strategies included in the ordinance, and then we'll dive just a little bit deeper in detail. So our proposed solution here, again, staff is proposing adoption, that the council adopt an emergency ordinance, which includes strategies to reduce barriers to increase affordable housing supply, and to reduce those barriers by lowering development costs to produce housing and fostering an environment in which affordable housing is prioritized and open communication between the city and developers thrives. I know that there are questions and you all are concerned about what is going to be eligible and how do we make sure that any project that is benefiting from such an ordinance is going to remain affordable housing long term. So throughout the rest of the presentation here, the strategies that are proposed, this eligibility criteria applies to all those strategies. So any project that is falling under the strategies proposed would be a project that, again, is intended for low-income households whose income does not exceed 80% of area median income. That is consistent with our other programs that we have existing. And then also, any projects that would benefit from these strategies would execute a restrictive covenant that is also consistent with existing programs that we currently have. And that restrictive covenant, similar to like a lien on the property, that carries with the land, and it would require affordability for at least 25 years. Again, a very quick, broad overview, and then we'll dive deeper. So 6 strategies are included in the ordinance. The first is to prioritize affordable housing projects in the city permitting processes. Dedicate a specialized community planning and development staff person to affordable housing projects. The third is to give city manager designate or city managers designate authority to waive, postpone, or exempt city processes for affordable housing. I do want to call attention that this strategy is fashioned after similar strategy in the homelessness declaration that you all continued tonight, and is intentionally, we'll talk a little bit more about it as we continue on, but intentionally left a little bit broad because we know that we can't anticipate everything that might come our way. Strategy 4, there we go, is to establish a grant program to provide financial assistance to housing developers for off-site infrastructure improvements. Strategy 5 is to participate in what's known as a 1033 tax exchange transactions with willing property owners. And then our last strategy proposed is to establish a grant program to provide financial assistance to housing developers for permitting and other fees. Again, so we'll dive a little bit deeper into each of these. The goal with each of them is, again, to reduce the costs to the developer, and that could be hard costs or soft costs that come also associated with holding property or time that it takes to develop a project. And then the other goal, again, is creating an environment in where we are working closely with developers and trying to be proactive and helping them overcome barriers, understand our processes, move projects that might be stalled forward. So the first strategy here is prioritizing projects in the permitting process. This strategy essentially is moving affordable housing projects, so projects that meet the eligibility criteria mentioned before, to the front of the permitting queue. So this clearly signifies that affordable housing is a city priority, that the city is committed to affordable housing. It also provides clear direction to staff that they are authorized to do that they're authorized to move them to the front. I do want to acknowledge that some of that is kind of informally happening now. Putting it in an ordinance formalizes that process, and it's easy for staff to refer back to and say, you know, this is our city priority, it's right here in ordinance. So that this priority would help move affordable housing projects quicker through our permitting process. That in turn decreases soft costs associated with developing property, decreases the amount of time a developer has to hold the property before they're able to build stuff and then ultimately occupy it. Housing units come online quicker. I do also want to mention and acknowledge that this also means if affordable housing projects are moving to the front of the queue, that doesn't mean other projects, commercial and market rate, just disappear. So commercial and market rate residential projects are likely to take longer to permit. Our second strategy here is a specialized community planning and development staff member. So we're proposing that a principal planner, and CPDD be designated to help projects move through the process. So again, this is someone that is consistent. It's the same person each time. This is someone that, as developers are moving through our permitting process, they can go to this person to have follow-up questions. This person's kind of acting as an ombudsman or person and coordinating with other staff. So it's one person, it's one consistent person. This person's being proactive and trying to, listening to developers, but also trying to identify how they might be able to help projects move past a stalled phase. You know, how can developers approach a project in maybe a different way that still gets to same or similar outcome without continuing to spend more money on architect and engineering costs. Want to acknowledge with this one, with this strategy, that we are not asking for a new position or new staff. This would be existing staff that would fill this position, but there may be some training required of that staff person. Our third strategy here, again, is similar to what you all have seen in our homelessness declaration, emergency declaration. And this is giving our city manager authority to waive, postpone, or exempt city requirements. Specifically, this is around obligating funds for emergency expenditures, entering into contracts and incurring obligations that exceed our code limit of, I believe that's 300,000. And where we really anticipate we'll see most of this happening is likely around exempting or postponing engineering, design, and development standards that are under city control. So not all of the EDs are under city control. Many of them are required by the state, but there are some that are under city control. And we do anticipate that some of the requests here, some of the actions will fall under in that EDS piece, the engineering, design, and development standards. So this strategy, again, could allow stalled projects to move forward quicker, provide a path forward, and would also encourage affordable housing projects on property that may have been historically too costly or time-consuming to develop. Also want to acknowledge with this that, again, it is left very broad at this point. Staff had a lot of discussion with our city manager's office and CP&E and legal around do we need guidelines, and ultimately decided leaving it broader allows us to be more flexible, because we can't, and the city manager can't, anticipate all the needs that might come in. And that also means that the city manager is going to need to really carefully consider long-term impacts, consult with other staff with expertise in whatever areas being looked to waive or postpone. So we acknowledge that. Fourth strategy, establish a grant program for infrastructure improvements. As staff spoke with developers, both traditional nonprofit and just private property owners who had a desire to develop their property as affordable housing, this feedback about infrastructure costs came up a lot, that it costs a lot to extend water, sewer, utilities. So that's where this has come from. So this would be a grant program, a first come, first served grant program to help pay for water and wastewater infrastructure improvements that are triggered or necessitated by the project. This would reduce hard development costs. Again, as I said, it would be a first come, first serve program. We're never going to have enough funding to help every project at its full request. These are can be quite spendy to put in the infrastructure. And then want to acknowledge that the program would be funded by a 1% increase in wastewater utility rates and a 0.5% increase in drinking water utility rates. This has already come before you all in other business, not necessarily other business tonight, but other business. And it will require staff to work closely with our fiscal staff to make sure that funding revenue coming in, say from wastewater utility rates, is applied toward wastewater utility infrastructure improvements. This program would be similar to the state's Connecting Housing to Infrastructure program, which the city has had great success with. Fifth strategy, 1033 tax exchange transactions. So this strategy results in preserving existing affordable housing. So this would be existing affordable housing that is in danger of becoming market rate. The owner of the property is looking to sell the property. This would allow us to preserve it as affordable before it hits the open market. And this strategy actually arose out of a situation where a developer approached the city and asked if we'd be willing to participate in such a transaction so that it could be saved as affordable. So want to acknowledge that 1033 tax exchange is a lot of lingo, and that essentially means the city would need to issue a threat of eminent domain. Also want to again say that this would only be done with property owners that are willing. So they have approached us, they have asked us if we will participate, and only be done when there's a known buyer that would operate it as affordable housing. The burden of risk falls on the property owner that is selling. They're the ones that are dealing with the IRS on all that tax stuff. Also want to acknowledge, I know some of you had an interest in exploring if there were ways to assist nonprofits in being the buyer, assist them financially in acquiring such properties. And I'm here to say that if you all desire us to further explore that, we can. We don't have a strategy specific to the funding to help a nonprofit acquire, other than there's regional funding. But if that's something you all are interested in, we will do more research to identify funds and come back to you all on that. And then our last strategy. Sixth strategy, establish a grant program to waive permit and plan review fees. So this, again, would be funding, grant funding, that could be accessed by developers to help pay for permit and plan review related fees. This reduces the project's soft development costs, and again, would be a first come, first basis, so there may not be enough funding to support all applicant projects. I do also want to call attention that at this time, we are again suggesting or proposing a grant program as opposed to just a flat out waiving all fees. And that is a little bit of a change than what we originally presented at land use, in which we said, we need to do more research. That research has been done. Staff, Tim and his staff, Tim, thank you. I was like, where'd Tim go? Looked closer at our fees. So permit and review fees help support staff salaries. And Tim was kind enough to take a closer look at some projects that have happened in the last few years and the planning and permit fees that are associated with those projects. And had we waived all of those fees 100%, what impact that would have had to our 2025 general fund and balancing our budget. So here are some recent projects in the community in Olympia that have happened since about 2021. And had we waived permit fees, just waived it in general, aside from a grant program that would need a funding strategy, if we had just flat out waived it, those fees, there would have been an $860,000 gap in our general fund. Tim was also nice enough to kind of continue that trend out so we could see beyond 2025 if we just waived across the board what impact that would have. Assuming again that, at least one kind of larger project came in a year. By 2029, we'd be looking at least a 2.15 million gap in the general fund. So staff today is here proposing not to just waive those permit fees out flat, but for us to establish a program, again, a grant program, and for staff to come back with a funding source for that grant program. So we are not impacting salaries of those that are processing the permits and other work that CP&D is doing. And Tim is here when we get further in if you have specific questions about these numbers or just those permit fees in general. So before y'all today, again, the ordinance, the emergency ordinance, considerations to approve as is, with some modifications or to not approve. And then I am here for questions, as is City Manager Jay Burney, and I see Mark over there as well from Public Works, and Tim is joining us from CP&D. So you have all of us here.
Thank you, Jacinda, for the thorough presentation. Really appreciate the at the top that there were some definitions and what the problem is. Much appreciated. So before I open it up for comments, I'd like to turn it over to Council Member Madrone, who's our chair of the Land Use and Environment Committee, for a few comments.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Jacinda, for the presentation. We had some public comment earlier today from Habitat for Humanity around, where this originated. We had some affordable housing developers come to us and say, help us help you. You have goals around affordable housing, and, they didn't say it like this, but they were kind of like, you're getting in your own way. They were a lot more polite than that. We had staff who were very eager, who had been seeing these issues come up and very eager to start working on them. And so we said, all right, come back to us with something that can try to address these issues that we're hearing from the affordable housing developers in our community. And so I really want to thank staff. This was, as Jacinda mentioned, an interjurisdictional effort. Sometimes we see silos popping up, and sometimes that's a little bit of the getting in our own way. But in this case, we had staff come together to kind of break down those silos and figure out how to work together on this. And so I just really want to appreciate the different departments that this touched. And so this has come to land use twice now, actually, and we didn't make a formal recommendation on it because we said, it's moving kind of slow because there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, but gotta go slow to go fast, right? But also we didn't want to hold up the process by saying, now come back to us with the final thing for us to make a recommendation on. We said, okay, this looks good, keep going, bring it to council. And they even said, hold on, we want to come back to land use one more time before we bring it to council just to check in on a couple of things. And they did that at our last meeting. And so while there was no official recommendation from the Land Use and Environment Committee, I think I can speak for all of us that we are very excited that this is in front of all of us tonight. And some of the discussion that we had in the Land Use and Environment Committee, a little bit around like the broadness of it, the authority that is given, especially when it comes to, waiving some components of our engineering designs and development standards. We had that conversation in land use, and we talked with staff about it, and it was like, well, staff could go through and kind of guess at what the issues are and create guardrails in that way. And then something we didn't anticipate comes up. And then all of a sudden it's got to go through a whole nother round of process, and it's not creating the expediency that we're hearing is needed to really move these projects forward. And when I talk about expediency, when we're developing affordable housing, we've got folks that are like applying for grants and just hustling out there to make these projects happen. And the delays on our end can kill a project, as we've heard. So we did talk about, do we want to create some guardrails, or do we want to just leave it broad and trust our staff to make those decisions? And another thing that we talked about is, as these things are happening, to track them as we go along, so that when we go to update the EDs again, we're like, hey, do we really need this one? Can we change this one so that it's not an issue in the future? So that was a conversation that we had. We did talk about budget impacts. So, having a dedicated staff member in CP&D, I know that there's a plan for that. And it's not a full, it's a part of a person's job moving forward. It's, we're not hiring a new person, but I understand that staff have figured out how to make that work. And then also, there's some parts of this ordinance that are directing staff to figure it out. And one of those, an example of that is, for example, the grant program for permit review fees. Jacinda said a funding source needs to be identified, and we haven't identified that yet. But with this ordinance, we're saying figure it out, whether you can get grant funding to do it. We've talked about potentially it's the next time we sell some city property, pulling aside some of that money and holding it so that it's available for that grant program. So just some example of the conversations that we've had, the robust conversations that we had in the land use committee on this, and also, really lots of gratitude for staff for their work on this, because we've heard from Habitat tonight that they are so grateful to have been engaged throughout the process. Other folks were engaged throughout the process, and I've heard from some folks that this is very unique. There's no other city, at least in the state of Washington, that has done something like this. So it's yet another way that Olympia can be leading the way to get out of our own way and get some more affordable housing built.
Thank you, Councilmember Madrone. Any additional questions or comments for Jacinda? Councilmember Vanderpool.
Yeah, so I am very excited about this, and I agree that this is something that's exceedingly unique. This is a lot of work that came forward rather fast for how many people have been working on this, and I would like to acknowledge and thank staff also that this is this is a quick turnaround for something with this much work behind it, and I do appreciate that, and I do have a few questions that been public comments have reached to me, and I'm going to ask the city manager to potentially answer some of these and help out with some of the questions that have come forward. So we had a couple questions about, and some of this has been already answered, but I just want to reiterate to make sure. So there were some questions about the eds, and we all agreed for it to be open and not for it to be compounded, but there were legitimate questions about the potential for having, low-income housing not having sidewalks, for example. That was a concern that has been reached out. And I don't believe that we would do that, but I would like the city manager to answer to that question.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanderpool, and just to echo comments that the land use chair made as well. And part of the reason that we propose leaving this broad, similar to what you've done with the housing homelessness emergency, is it's really hard to guess or put time into what could come up and what kinds of requests could come our way. So leaving it broad allows us to be nimble and allows us the most flexibility to make decisions. Now, just like in the affordable housing emergency, I know what the values of this community are. I know what the values of this council are. I know, for example, what our TMP, our Transportation Master Plan, says about the kind of communities that we want to have. So I don't see these kinds of exemptions as deciding that we're not going to build sidewalks, right? It may be about timing of maybe sidewalks on one side, and then maybe the other side happens after we get some occupancy so that the owner gets a little bit of income, but they're still going to have to build them. I don't know what else might come up within that conversation, but every time this has come up during the housing homeless emergency, I think the council knows, if I'm unsure, I come talk to you first before I make a decision. If I feel pretty good that I know where you'd land on this, and I talk to Tim and Mark and Jacinda and Darian, and we all feel good about it, I'll make a decision. But what's always going to happen is we're going to circle back with you and make sure that you know that we made that decision. And then we're going to bake it into our processes as we, like, for example, as Councilmember Madrone mentioned, as eds come back up for renewal, we'll take that note and we'll bake it back into that process so that we make a permanent change, and we solidify that. So I recognize that there's a high degree of trust here that you're placing in me and in the staff, but we've been here before and with other ordinances, and I think that we've demonstrated, and I hope that you see and the community sees that we've demonstrated that we'll take great care here in the decisions that we make and what's placed upon me. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. I do have a couple more, if that's fine. So I had someone ask me earlier today, and why 80%? Why are we setting it at 80% AMI?
Yes, so we are setting it at 80% AMI for a few reasons. As I mentioned before, our existing programs, we have a handful of existing programs, affordable housing incentives. Those are set at 80%. So part of it is consistency and being clear to our community on if these projects are also potentially pursuing other development incentives. They're working at that 80%. There isn't a 50% to move to the front of the line for permitting, but you can go higher if you want incentives. So it's consistent. It's also consistent with AMI levels for our regional funding sources that many of these projects are seeking. Our regional funding also sets those limits at 80% as well.
Thank you. And my last question, I think, was already answered, but that was around that this will come back to us for the grant program, that we will have an understanding of funding for those that are concerned about the utility and they're concerned about the cost.
So there's two grant programs. The grant program for the infrastructure improvements, the utility rates have already been reviewed by you all and approved those increases. So that program will essentially be fashioned much like the CHIP, the Connecting Housing to Infrastructure program that the state offers. However, the grant program around waiving permit and plan review fees, that is something that will have to come back once a funding strategy is identified, which, I will also say a funding strategy that is not general funds unless you all give us direction to do general funds. But likely, we're looking for grants and we're looking for opportunities where we can hopefully find something that would be a good match for this program.
Thank you.
But yes, that will come back.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Last thing I'm going to end on is I do support the idea of strategically looking for nonprofits for helping purchase housing, that other part that you talked about. I was going to put this in my council reports, but I went to a meeting for the Thurston Housing Land Trust on Saturday, and they mentioned that they are looking into expanding into manufactured housing, co-ops, and building housing. And so there may be more opportunity.
So I do want to, I'm sure you all know, but for the public's benefit and just a general reminder, I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the home fund, or 1/10 sales and use tax is one of the things we've done. We now pool that funding with the county funding, and region-wide through the Regional Housing Council, affordable housing capital funding is made available. And that happens on an annual basis. There is somewhat newly established, maybe a year or so now, what is referred to as an opportunity fund. So this is part of the regionally pooled funding is set aside. About 20% of what we anticipate getting each year is pulled aside and made available on a rolling basis, specifically for whether it be nonprofits or anyone that's looking to acquire. So there's a recognition that having a process that is available regionally just once a year doesn't meet the needs when an opportunity might come up. So there's the Opportunity Fund, which is one resource, but certainly, if you all want us to further explore specific to Olympia and specific to helping with the purchasing 1033 properties, we are happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Bernie, I think you had a comment on this.
Yeah, just to follow up on the grant program for the fee waivers. Like what we said in land use is our goal is to bring you something within the first quarter so that we can put this to work. I think the later it gets in the year, the harder it is because it's really going to sit there until there's money available. I think there's projects that can take advantage of some of the pieces, but to get all of them, we want to get that in front of you. So my wheels are already in motion on that. I've got some ideas I'm going to be talking further with council and staff about, but we'll bring you some recommendation around that in the first quarter.
Thank you. Councilmember Cooper, followed by Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Thank you, Jacinda, and your team. I know it's been a big effort to get here, and a lot of stuff kind of was in the fire before we got the request this summer.
Sorry, forgive me, I'm having trouble organizing my thoughts at this time of the day, because it's been a long one. So I think for me, the exciting part about this is kind of Councilmember Madrone alluded to, and as my conversations with the city managers, it gives us the opportunity to be flexible and then codify as we go, right? And so to be able to, say, well, this policy or procedure or rule or law is not quite right, and if we modified it here, we could help get more housing out of the current system. That 25-year nut is the one that's challenging to me, is even more so than the 80% AMI, because somebody has to be here with millions of dollars to buy those properties and keep them affordable in 25 years, as we're seeing with properties that are kind of moving off of that rule now. In fact, I've been wondering if we could actually pre-negotiate, like with the Shag property on West Bay, a right of first refusal to try to keep those kinds of properties in affordability at the 25-year mark before they even get under construction. So at least the city would have the opportunity to say, have a choice and try and come up with the funding. And then just lastly, there's, Councilmember Vanderpool talked a little bit about the tone and the ideas and thoughts that are coming in our email. And there's a little bit of a tone of like the city manager is going to run away with this power and do something kind of wild. And I think anybody who's watching this conversation or has been paying attention to the city council knows that this is a really strong, trusting relationship between the staff and the council. And there's no more trust here than the voters put in us. And I'm proud that we're able to have a relationship with our staff that's professional to be in this space, because not every government is. And so let's go do it.
Well said. Councilmember Parsley, followed by Councilmember Gilman.
It's late, sorry. Couldn't figure out where the button to go on was. I like this. I think I applaud you all for the work. My only question would be, and this goes to when we did the homelessness response declaration, we actually had a 6-month sunset. And part of that was to allow not just adjustment to the declaration, but a touch-in with the council. So I guess I'm asking why 36 months, why not 12 months? Because I'm assuming it'll get re-ratified. There may be adjustments to the declaration, amendments you might want to make at that moment. And as you all are saying, there's a lot of things to learn. We don't know, but in 12 months, we will know more. In 24 months, we'll know more. But why 36? I guess it's like a mandatory touch-in. It also gives comfort to the community, as you said, and as you've said, that we're keeping an eye on this, and that we're watching this, and we're taking this as a declaration of an emergency. And just, I'm questioning the 36 months for so many reasons, and sometimes it's just optics, but I also think it's a mandatory check-in with the council on what has happened with this declaration, what adjustments need to be made, and reassuring the community we are actually watching this.
Yes, so I can speak a little bit to that, and then potentially Jay may also want to speak a bit to it. So in the ordinance, it has been worded our sunset provision, June 30th, 2026, or no later than 36 months. So I feel confident in saying that we would aim for that June 30 of 2026. And that date was originally set at a December date. And then we had some great discussion about, wow, these December meetings were packing everything in that needs to be approved before the end of the year, or reapproved. So maybe we should not do that and not put you all in a situation where you are reviewing a very large consent agenda or other business, and give you all a little bit more time. So if there is discussion, there's time to work through that discussion, and we're not doing it at the end of the year, at the last meeting of a year, a calendar year. There may be more to add to that, I'm not sure.
Well,
first of all, I want to give full credit to this idea of making it a mid-year and not an end of the year to Councilmember Madrone. Because when she and I were working through this, and she brought up a very valid point that we're in the middle of budget in December and a lot of heavy conversations, and to take this kind of stuff on late in the year when you have very packed agendas is hard. So I love the idea that we moved it back to kind of a mid-year, because I think it makes a lot of sense, and it probably is more of a model for how we should do future things like this. I definitely think our intention is the 2026 date for a check-in with you. That is what we talked about as a staff. That's why we wrote it that way. So, I guess what I would offer is, I like the language that's there because it gives a little flexibility to the staff as well in terms of timing. But if that part makes you uncomfortable, I think having a date that is the June of 2026 gives us a chance to check back in with you. We probably want to do it well in advance of that so that we don't run up against it expiring before we have a chance to make changes. I might wiggle it back to 24 months instead of 36, but I think giving you as much flexibility as possible is helpful here, but we're here at your disposal for whatever decision you want to make that makes you feel comfortable.
I think, one, I give credit to Councilmember Madrone. I agree. June is a good time. I still have a great deal of concern because declaration of emergency that is, how many in the state?
One of one.
One of one. That we go that far without a check-in. That's a lot of months, and we have giving the power to the city manager to alter eds. And I just think, I just have a discomfort with the first of its kind in our state going 36 months without having it come back to council just to check in. We've passed how many times the homelessness? And we will probably continue. Where I'm going, I love the June. I think it's great. I'm just worried about the 36 months.
Can I clarify something here?
Yes, go ahead.
The ordinance says that the sunset date is June 30th, 2026. Like, that is when it sunsets. The 36 months is when we as a council, figure out where we want to go with it. So that gives us, I actually do think it's a little bit long, but the sunset date is in 18 months. And there's, it's not just the whole, yes, it's not, let's not pile everything on at the end of the year, but it's also like, how much do we expect is going to come through in a 1-year period? So it gives it an extra 6 month for, to see how it functions. The 36 months is about us as a council, checking in up with how did it go? Do we want to do something different? So I actually think the 36 months is a bit long. I think we could probably make it at 24 months just to give ourselves a little bit of wiggle room. But I would hope that we would be checking in with each other in June of 2026 to figure out if we want to continue the ordinance.
I have to admit, I'm a lot more comfortable with 24 or 18. And, the next time around, you may go 36 months. It's just, this is new, and we're asking our community to trust us.
Yeah. And again, I just want to clarify that the sunset date is June 2026. So I just want to make sure that as this gets reported out into the media, the right information goes out. The 36-month timeline is about us checking in on how did this go. But the sunset date is June 30th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m.
Thank you for the clarification, Councilmember Madrone. Councilmember Gilman.
I was going to try to just ask one question and offer my support, but I can't help but weigh in here that the development timeline means that if this is going to be of use to folks, they need more than 18 months or 2 years, because even at the 3-year mark, they may or may not have broken ground for people who are pulling a project together now. So for this help to be useful, it has to be a longer-term promise, I think, just for folks to trust enough to take advantage. So my one question was piqued by Jim suggesting that we might advocate for a right of first refusal, and that's, we have these two qualifications about affordability, or we have an affordability criteria and a length of a duration that it needs to be in place. What is the remedy if somebody, either we offer assistance through the development process and they choose not to implement that affordability, or the property changes to a different model midstream across the 25 years?
Yeah, so the restrictive covenant runs with the land, so that is regardless of the ownership of the land. So similar to, again, like a lien on, it's essentially a lien on the property. So if it were to change hands in that 25-year period, whoever that new owner is, when they are purchasing, that shows up on, as a lien on the property, as a restriction that's placed on the property, that it must be continued to be operated as affordable.
So I'm doubting that we can, like, I hate to, we've, like, with our other, with community development block grants, with the gift of land, we've had an alternative way to remedy that situation, to reimburse the city for the value of our contribution. So that's all I'm asking is, it's not explicit in here. What would happen if somebody used our assistance to get developed and then decided to not make them 80% affordable when the units came onto the market? How would we be made whole?
Yeah. So, and we do have Mark here. Thank you. I was going to say.
I believe I can answer that question. The restrictive covenant would have to be drawn in such a way as our current ones that we use now, such that the city could seek conjunctive relief and it could enforce the terms of the restrictive covenant. In other words, compel the person who has the title to the property at that time to return it to an affordable status. That's what we do. If we had to go to court and litigate it, we would.
Terrific. That's great. And so that was my one question. And I want to offer my support. I have a million opinions and a lot of passion about these efforts. And I was intrigued by different community members' concerns and hesitations they had. But I would say that it's by trust in the innovation and flexibility that we won on permanent supportive housing, and we've created a lot of units. The same is true about crisis response workers and the OFD cares, that it was by allowing flexibility and creativity and us trusting. And I think it's also true about the net increase in restaurants and retail downtown through COVID, that the way we took a risk to choose to allocate those federal dollars really carried us through in a big way. So for all of that, I will certainly pay attention to these projects and to whatever sorts of changes or exceptions we make for projects. But I am very much wanting us to trust that the staff will do the right things here and will foster stronger relationships with these affordable housing developers and get us more projects up and running. And my one little editorial thing is I can't help it. I was going to just say one thing. But I believe that the community planning and development staff already does much of the concierge sorts of service that are described here for every applicant who comes in and everybody who's dreaming about becoming an applicant. That I've experienced over and over again, the generosity of our staff in helping people imagine what's possible and helping reality check. And I think it's also a two-way street, that if there are some requirements we have, like critical areas ordinance, I'm sorry, you just got to do that. It doesn't matter how many times you ask, and that delay's not on us. So, I think we're not far off from already offering this, so it's easy to promise this kind of service, because I think our department already does this and has this capacity. So I'm excited about the emergency. Thank you.
Councilmember Cooper, followed by Councilmember Parsley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Payne. I just had a follow-up because I got confused by this timeline, so I want to make sure I understand. The meaning in having the review be 18 months after the sunset is to be able to renew it once before we have to do a full review. But shouldn't we do some kind of review before we renew it? And then related to that, why do we have to go so often on the homeless or emergency, and this can go so long without a renewal?
I'll let Mark answer the one. So I'm going to come at this a couple of different ways. So going back and looking at, I just was peeking at the emergency ordinance for housing homelessness. Yeah, right, and it's right. It sets the December date no more than 12 months. I think this one that's in front of you now should read the June 2026, 18 months, right? Because that's really what we're saying, is we're saying no later than that date that's there. So we should fix that. Apologize for that. I think that as we are putting this together, we're trying to give some flexibility, but I think it should match and be consistent. So that's one thing I would propose that you might alter here to make it just consistent across the board. And then I think what Mark's going to tell you is you should, in most times when you do emergency ordinances, review them at a year. The reason this one is 18 months is because we moved it so that it would be mid-year the following year, so we could get it off of the December date. Because if we went a year from now, you'd be right back here in December. So that's why you're at 18 months at this one. When you come back and renew this in the future, you could choose to renew it off that June date and go to a year after that, from that moment in time forward. That would be my recommendation.
I support the city manager's suggested change. That sounds great. Thank you.
So can you clarify that for us for when it's time to make a motion? So amend it as discussed.
I sure can.
Yes. Thank you. City Attorney?
With the homeless emergency ordinance, we initially started out having it reviewed every 6 months to have the council ascertain that there was a continuing public health emergency. Technically, the same should be true here. However, over time, and it's been a long time with the homeless public emergency ordinance, we eventually changed it from every 6 months for council's review to every year. And that's so that council could determine that there's still an emergency related to homelessness. Now, it seems a little funny because homelessness is such a serious problem. It's still with us, and we first passed our first homeless ordinance emergency in July of 2018. It's not going away anytime soon. However, we still have it come back to you once a year to establish that there's still an emergency relating to homelessness. The same would be true for this, because if you were to ask me, do I think that in a year or 2 years' time that the public health emergency relating to affordable housing is going to be resolved? No. It's going to continue for quite some time. But I think it is wise to bring the ordinance back to council on an annual basis. If there needs to be any tweaks made, it's that opportunity to do it. But more importantly, it also establishes that council has had an opportunity to take a look at all the facts and determine whether or not there's still a public health emergency, and in this instance, related to affordable housing.
It's just that the first time you'll do that will be 18 months the first time around, and then we can reevaluate whether you want to go annually after that, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. All right. Thank you both. All right. Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you. That was actually clarifying. I think I was getting tripped up because we were going to be sunsetting him and then looking at 36 months later as a substantial check-in. And I do believe, yes, building takes a long time, but building happens long before you get to groundbreaking. And I think you may find you need to adjust some of this as you go, but because we changed some of the camping stuff and the homelessness in the first 6 months.
I guess I'm going to go where I always seem to go when we talk about affordable housing, and that is as we're monitoring this, that we're also paying attention to geographic diversity. Just curious, where in the city are these applicants looking to develop the affordable housing? Because we want to avoid that unintentional segregation of affordable and low-income housing in certain parts of our city. We've been very clear that we want to make sure that it's spread across the city in a very equitable way, and that we have mixed income housing throughout the city. And most particularly, I'm thinking about the Capitol Mall Triangle sub-area where it's, obviously been expressed by folks in that particular part of the city that they want the housing diversity there. But nevertheless, we need to be paying attention if there is quite a bit of request for development, how much is necessary, and do we have enough there, and do we need to be focused in other places? So I have a question about the grant program, and I believe somewhere in your presentation you mentioned something about not being able to necessarily fund every application if funds are not available. So at which point in the process do we know that? Because we obviously don't want to make it burdensome for people and, doing all this work and then there's no funding. So where
Yeah.
do they come to know that?
Yeah. So, so you're talking about the grant program for infrastructure improvement. Yes. Okay. It is imagined that, again, it would be similar to our CHIP, the state's CHIP program, connecting housing to infrastructure, where there is an application that's released and makes available how much, in that application clearly states how much is available to award. The 1% increase in utility rates for wastewater and the 0.5% increase for drinking water, we know the numbers associated. We know what we anticipate. So we anticipate in 2025, 75,000 from the drinking water utility rate increase, 85,000 from wastewater utility rate increase. So when we say first come, first serve, that's acknowledging that that is not a whole lot of money. It's also acknowledging that we have asked, staff has asked HUD in our pro-housing application. We threw in there a request for $1 million for this fund, should you all approve it tonight. So again, when that application would be released, similar to the state, it's clearly stating how much funding is available, scoring criteria associated with, similar to what we do or what the Regional Housing Council does with their funding proposals, looking at, how much is available, how much is requested, potentially criteria about geographic location, but also acknowledging that housing has spoken with projects. Specifically, I think one of the projects Habitat is wishing to do has like 700,000 in utility improvements. So we know there's not going to be enough. We also know that something is better than nothing, and for some smaller projects, 15,000 might go a lot further for a smaller project than a larger project. So again, there will be a degree of known amount of what's available and being very transparent with the community of this is what's available. And, we release it. It's kind of an ongoing application as needed. And unfortunately, unless HUD decides to give us $1 million and maybe continually give us $1 million, we're probably always going to be in a situation where there's more requests than funding available. Yeah, so I think it's just, again, like a transparency issue and being very clear that this is what we have, and unfortunately, it's not going to probably be enough.
Thank you. Councilmember Cooper.
Yeah, and I think this is just something to throw out as you design this. I talked to the city manager a little about that. Like there might be somebody building AMI, 80% AMI that's need isn't as high as someone else. And so maybe in that program, there's also a loan program. So based on need, some people could borrow and at a lower interest rate than they might get, and other people might get grants. So I just want to throw out that maybe not everyone gets free money.
Yes, I think that is something that we can do. I think it's also something we did put some consideration into. not to belabor it, but when you start talking about loans too, then it becomes an issue of what rate of loan and how do we make sure as staff that we're able to track repayments and not that it can't be done, but just some of the things that went into that conversation.
Yeah, and then just for historical reference, that's the only reason our CDBG program is as robust as it is today. Is because we're really good at that. At least we used to be.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. Yeah, I think that this is something that needs to be done. I'm really proud that we're doing it tonight. I'm glad that it's in front of us. I want to thank our partners at Homes First and Southtown Habitat for Humanity for coming those, few months back and really telling us, hey, here's what we need so that we can, develop more housing, and that's resulted to this, which is in front of us. And it's something that, I kind of look at it now and I'm scratching my head like, why didn't we do this sooner, right? But we're doing it now, and very much looking forward to what happens when we monitor, how we're making progress in this area, and hopefully it results in more affordable housing in the city. So with that, I'll take a motion from Councilmember Vanderpool, but remember, it is amended as discussed.
Would you like me to put amended as discussed after or before?
That's up to you.
Okay, all right. So I would like to move to approve of the ordinance declaring a public health emergency related to the inefficient supply of affordable housing as amended as discussed.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Great work, everyone. Okay, so that concludes our business items for the evening. So we will move on to council reports. Just to keep in mind before we get started on that we do have an executive session following our business meeting tonight. So I will kick things off, and I do not have anything to report. So I will start to my right with Councilmember Madrone.
I do have a couple things, and I'm just going to make them quick. Land Use and Environment Committee met towards the end of November. We're looking at SEPA categorical exemptions. It's actually a lot of similar work that just went into the ordinance, but simply looking at where we can allow more exemptions, such as the state does for SEPA, for building housing and other things. So it's very early in the work, so we directed staff to carry forth and continue on that. We also had renter protection measures also on our agenda. And the things that staff brought to us were looking at income to rent ratios, rent to own pilot program, and manufactured home policies. And so the thing that's going to be moving forward to council is looking at an income to rent ratio. So this is essentially how much income a landlord can require a tenant to have to be eligible to rent. And we looked at a variety of different policies in different cities across the country and went with something that we thought was simple. Because there were some where it's like, well, if you charge this much rent, then, it could be this. And if you charge this much rent, it could be this. We said simply 2.5 times the amount of rent per household. Where another thing that we're seeing is that some landlords are saying that each person living in the house, if they are unrelated, has to be making 3 times the amount of rent. We're seeing that in our own community right now. So that is one of the reasons that this popped up as an urgent thing to work on. But that is the proposal coming from the Land Use Committee, is 2.5 times the amount of income to rent per household. We also did direct staff to start working on building out a pilot project for rent to own, and that would include finding a source of funding. We discussed a couple of options in committee, but staff are working on it. But figuring out a source of funding where we could help support the transaction costs for the tenant in that situation, where they can get their legal fees covered, there can be an appraisal done at the house, inspection, all of those things, so that they can be set up for an equitable deal in such a thing. And the idea is that we would be incentivizing rent-to-own situations in the community where the tenant wants to become the owner and maybe the landlord doesn't want a landlord anymore and they want to work together on that, but there's some barriers there. So that's the goal there. More to come. And for manufactured home policies, I won't get into the details just to save time, but we have a proposal that came from staff. We said that's great, and they're going to shop it back out to the manufactured home community with another town hall. So that'll be coming back to us. And then we also had a briefing on the climate resilience sub-element for the comprehensive plan. Early on, hasn't even gone to the Planning Commission yet, more to come. And then also TRPC met recently, and I'm pleased to say that $2.5 million was awarded for the Martin Way Corridor project. And $1.3 million for enhanced crosswalks across Pacific Avenue. So those are both City of Olympia projects. And overall, we awarded over $19 million in federal funding across the region. So it was the largest call for projects to date and a pretty big deal. And I'll leave it at that since it's late and we're not done yet.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Councilmember Madrone? Seeing none, Councilmember Vanderpool.
So I'll make this quick. So a couple items here. I recently reached out to the school board president, Hillary Seidel, and talked with her about a number of things, just to see where they are on policies, to see where we are on early child care, where we are on meeting the school's goals around public safety, particularly around the LGBTQ community, about where we are about trans rights for children. And so she's pointed me to staff to talk about where they are with their subject matter expertise, where they are in funding, and then from there, it may go nowhere, but I want to let you all know that I'm out there reaching out and hearing where the experts are on. And if anyone wants to join me on that journey of figuring out what we can do jointly, I'm all ears. I mentioned this earlier, the Thurston Housing Land Trust, met on Saturday. Like I said, they're expanding into co-op housing. They're interested in manufactured housing. They're interested in even building in the future. They want to know if there's any builders out there that would work with them. So it's nice to see that one of our partners in the community is expanding and what it can do. Lastly, I spoke with the Labor Council president, and they're interested in hosting or being involved in a listening session with small businesses. I want to know if anyone on council would support a listening session to figure out where we are, to figure out where the small businesses are, where the labor workforce is at. I believe if we can speak through this and talk about our concerns in a neutral space, we can find a policy direction. So there's an interest and a continued and growing interest. So those are my items.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that work, too, of talking to our partners about the work they're doing. That's important. Any questions or comments for Councilmember Vanderpool? Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Just a couple things. I'd be really interested at another time to hear more about your discussions with the school board president. I'm curious as to what's going on with them and how we might join partner where it makes sense. And then also, I heard an ask for you about if there's any interest in having a listening session. I would say I'm generally interested in having listening sessions that are collaborative and inclusive, should it be something that we're working on. And so I think we'll know more after our January retreat. And so if that is something that lands on our work plan, then yeah, I'm interested. Thanks.
Thanks. All right. No additional questions. Councilmember Gilman.
Great. Well, first, I'll say, Councilmember Vanderpool, that's something I'll be working on regardless, and I'm glad to be part of that. But I do think that once we get through the retreat, we'll hear what Assistant City Manager Ray had in mind for a public process, and that might help to inform, so we don't have to, as council members, create the listening session. So, I have two things. So hold on to your transit-oriented development maps, because intercity transit is beginning a first time in 20-some years major look and public process about where will the 15-minute corridors be, where have people changed, where they're living and where they're going to across the transit benefit area. So we've got a draft interactive map that was just released to the board this last week, had our first conversation, and in January we'll begin a series of public outreach, kind of like the roadmap that led to this transformation plan. But now we're going to talk about, do we want to fundamentally change sort of from everything radiating, from a hub and spoke, from everything radiating out from the Olympia Transit Center to looking at the primary north, south, and east-west corridors and having little spines coming off, like ribs coming off of the spines. It'd be a different way to imagine transit, but it might serve more people more quickly. So that's coming, and before we do any more big decisions about neighborhood centers or transit-oriented development, let's see where the bus is going to go, just to double check. And the other thing that I wanted to tell you was I attended the state audit of the city, the accountability audit exit interview last week. No findings. And what was interesting to me was, besides the usual accounts payable kinds of things that we imagine if the accountant comes in and just runs their 10 key all day, they were also looking at our open public meetings. They were looking at our minutes, the way that we conduct the meetings, and they also found no findings in a clean bill of health on the transparency and accountability for how we operate as a local government. And so I was really proud to be in the conference, and it's always a good feeling when there's no findings. So.
Nice. Questions and comments, Councilmember Cooper.
And you got one at the other end too. So I had an intercity transit question. Like 5 people have asked me in the last 3 days if there's a plan for any kind of a dash for the legislative session.
Yes, that's in this next schedule update happening in the first of the year, and we're going to call it Route 14. And so it's not the 13 going up Capitol Way, and it's not the dash, but it's going to circulate through the Capitol campus and some of the buildings on the east side of Capitol Way and make its way down through downtown. The primary difference is it's going to hit that parking that they've been advocating along the lake, on the west side of the lake. Yeah, like the Capitol shuttle that they ran for. So yes, it's going to run. It's going to have a new number, and we'll start the promotions of that at the first of the year. So, yeah.
Councilmember Vanderpool.
I love transit-oriented development. I will say, and you didn't know that. I may not be able to attend this because my child is being born around this time, but the Transit-Oriented Development Symposium is happening down in Vancouver on April 9th and 10th. So if you're as excited as I am and I'm unable to attend, I may pressure you to go to that. So anyway, I'm very excited about all this news. This is great stuff. Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions for Councilmember Gilman? All right. Seeing none. Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Parsley.
2 things to report. Finance Committee meeting, we went over the comp plan update economic chapter, and I can say the staff, Mike Reed and Joyce and everybody involved hit it out of the park. It is a dramatic improvement compared to where it was before. It aligns with Ole Strong and a lot of other values. That's just pretty simple. We talked about our work plan, including some of the things you're talking about, and a specific ask from the committee to assistant city manager to bring something to the retreat, and maybe beyond, but basically kind of looking at what a process would be, because we can't tell when we'd want to do that or how big it would be until we get the question asked and how are we going to answer it. And that's going to be something for the council to talk about at retreat. And then we did figure out that because the retreat's later in the year, and later in January, we were going to move our finance committee meeting to the Monday, the 27th, which is immediately after retreat, that allows the new committee to be able to be there. And we're recommending all of the subcommittees do that as well, so that you can onboard the new members, whoever they may be, and the chairs. And then my last one's simple. You already heard part of it. It's the Joint Animal Service Commission. We're asking that legislative ask, and we passed our budget.
Thank you. Questions for Councilmember Parsley, Councilmember Madrone.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that, we did do 2-year appointments. So hopefully there's not some big shakeups that happen, but we will have a new person coming on who, probably wants to do something. So I know that'll be a conversation at the retreat, but probably
Thanks
not
for
too
the
much.
reminder.
Yeah, probably
Totally
not
forgot.
too much changes going on, but there could be a little bit just depending on who this new person is.
Any additional comments or questions for Councilmember Parsley? Seeing none. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Just 2 items. The first one is coming out of our informal discussion at dinner around a request we received from Ole Funk Fest for some funding from council goal money because of the underfunding or because of them receiving less funding from LTAC than they were hoping for pretty significantly. And so that I'll just capture for the public that conversation was twofold. One part about some reform we'd like to do in LTAC to try and make it more equitable and more predictable for our regular applicants, and then also to bring forward a request to the council. We received a request for $15,000 from FunkFest, and our council goal money balance is only $10,000 remaining for this year. And so with the council's support, I move to direct the city manager to allocate $10,000 from council goal money to Olympia Funk Fest, which will happen on January 31st through February 1st in downtown Olympia.
We have a motion and a second for the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a note, you can check it out at olefunkfest.com. And one of the things that I think is really cool about this festival, it's across 3 venues in our downtown over 3 days, and it's free for youth. And I think that's really exciting. So my daughter will be going. So, and then my other item is I'm one person, but a request that we truncate our executive session or postpone it and do the whole review for the city manager next week before the meeting, when we're all in a place to keep having meetings. But I know I'm one person and I see everyone shaking their head, so we've never had to take more than one time before, so I know you're trying to improve the process, but
yes,
it could definitely be done in one meeting.
We're trying to improve the process, but we also there's a few things we need to discuss before next week, so we need to have this session tonight. Up to 90 minutes. I initially said 2 hours, but it is late.
So can we make that 30? Like we all meet in 10 minutes sound
it's
bites.
up to, so it gives us that window to make sure that we don't need to come back and ask for more time. So, yeah. So any additional questions or comments for Councilmember Cooper? All right, seeing none. City Manager Bernie.
I'm going to let you get to your very important work.
All right, so that concludes our business for this evening. So the council will recess for 5 minutes, and we will reconvene for an executive session related to a personnel matter regarding the city manager's performance evaluation. We will meet in room 423 for up to 90 minutes. and the meeting will be adjourned after our executive session. This meeting is adjourned for recess now at 10:05.